floors be open. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune.
Bills from the House of...
Loi numéro 1 sur le plan d'action économique de 2013.
2013 Economic Action Plan bills.
Seconded by Mr. Fletcher. Moves that Bill C-60, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 21st, 2013, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans.
I can't hear, and I hear my own voice. I cannot hear the floor. The interpreter is having technical difficulties. The interpreter is having technical difficulties. She cannot hear the speaker from the floor.
Turn yours off, please.
Are they working now? Mais le français, est-ce que la traduction...
Yes, no, the interpreter hears her own voice and the floor.
Perhaps we'll just wait a few moments and see if we can get this resolved. No. I'll stop the clock. Is the French translation working now?
The interpreter still hears her own voice when she is interpreting.
So we'll just wait a few moments. The honourable member to start over, and we'll monitor the French translation.
Okay, just one. Here, the MP for Ottawa Orleans. It's working now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's working.
House this morning to present the reasons for which I support Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013. Bill C-60. This plan, introduced by the best financial minister in the world, is thoughtful and reasonable, and most of all, it will help Canada with its economic recovery. The global economy is still weak, and the economies of several European nations are very precarious. The economy of the United States, our biggest trading partner, is shaky. Canada's per capita GDP has been higher than the U.S. since 2011. That's unprecedented. According to the highly reputable World Bank, Canada's per capita GDP was $50,343 in 2011, compared to $48,112 in the U.S. This performance is 5% higher in this country than it is with our southern neighbour. The World Bank also stated that Canada's per capita GDP growth outstripped that of our neighbours to the south. Depuis 2010,
Since 2010, our per capita GDP grew by 8.9% in Canada, compared to 3.2% for our most important economic partner. According to Statistics Canada's report entitled Canada at a Glance 2013, our country's per capita GDP is higher than that of Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. But the government doesn't boast about these achievements. Unless I'm mistaken, I'm probably the first intervener to share these statistics with the House.
An exporting country, and so our economic recovery continues to depend on foreign markets. Nevertheless, since the depth of the recession in July 2009, 1 million net new jobs have been created. The strongest economic growth of all the G7 countries. And 90% of this 1 million net new jobs are full-time, and 80% are in the private sector.
Independent organizations such as the International Monetary Fund and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development predict that Canada will have the strongest growth of all the G7 nations in the coming years. Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013 has been so successful that the opposition has not had any questions for the best finance minister in the world for several weeks now. This plan proposes no tax increases. Small and medium-sized businesses have therefore been able to breathe easier since 2006.
A typical small business with taxable income of $500,000 paid on average nearly $84,000 in taxes. That amount has since dropped by $28,600 to $55,000. That's how we help businesses create jobs and drive innovation. So while the opposition parties want to increase taxes on all fronts, the government understood that low taxes are the best way to spur economic renewal. Absolutely. That is certainly why we were the last country to go into the recession and the first to get out of it. Grâce à notre bilan,
thanks to our record of tax relief, a typical family will save more than $3,200 in 2013. 1 million lower-income Canadians will no longer pay taxes. We are on track to a balanced budget in 2015. That is great news. Thanks to measures to reduce spending and additional revenue, lower travel costs because of technology, the pursuit of measures to limit public service compensation, and the elimination of tax loopholes benefiting a few taxpayers, we are even projecting a surplus of around $800 million in 2015-2016.
Projection. It should also point out that the net debt to GDP ratio is the lowest by far of all G7 countries. Moreover, the economic crisis hit our country. Before the economic crisis hit our country, the government paid down $37 billion of our debt, bringing it to the lowest level in 25 years. And we will balance the budget without doing so on the backs of the provinces, like the third party did in the 1990s. The 2013-14 federal government, in 2013-2014, the federal government will transfer $9 billion more to Ontario than did the previous government. and this funding will give Ontario a second wind, allowing it to pay for increasingly costly health care. By investing in transfers to the provinces, we will avoid the psychodrama that unfolded in Ontario with the closures of 44 hospitals in the 1990s.
At that time, we almost lost the only francophone hospital west of Quebec, the illustrious Montfort Hospital. There's an old saying that you can tell a good workman by his tools. Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013 is there to give Canadians the right tools so they can stand out internationally. It's statistically proven that a number of skilled occupational groups are having a hard time recruiting workers.
Of scientific jobs are going unfilled. The figure for skilled jobs is 5.2%, and the national average is around 3.9%. If the companies that are having trouble recruiting staff were able to find what they are looking for, the unemployment rate would certainly reach record lows. This is why the government, under Bill C-60, aims to match Canadians with the jobs that are available.
By involving the federal and provincial governments and with the participation of the private sector, we will be able to invest up to $15,000 per person to help job seekers gain the skills they need to fill the jobs that are in demand. And I want to emphasize the word invest, since it is indeed an investment that will pay off in the medium and long term. We will also continue to invest in our youth, the future of our great country. Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013 will promote education in high-demand fields such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and skilled trades.
High school students at risk of dropping out with tutoring and mentoring. Giving these students a role model is one of the best things that we can do so that they can walk out of school with a diploma. Because we need to prepare for the future, the government also proposes to support young entrepreneurs by awarding $18 million to the Canada Youth Business Foundation. Young entrepreneurs will benefit from useful advice through mentoring, learning resources, and startup financing. The Canada Job Grant is not the only initiative that will make a big difference for the families of Ottawa, Orleans, and elsewhere in the country. Before my first election to this House, 2,693 days ago, I had pledged to assist families who adopt children. Adopting a child is one of the noblest gestures that someone can do in our society. It gives an often needy child a chance to find a home and role models, thereby giving this child a much brighter future. Le projet de loi C-60
Bill C-60 will help families who want to change a child's life through adoption and to help adoptive parents with the costs they face early in the process. Certain adopted-related expenses that are incurred before a child's adoption file is opened will be eligible for the adoption expense tax credit.
Canadians can claim adoption-related expenses as of the moment that they register with the provincial ministry responsible for adoptions or a government-certified organization, or as the moment of an adoption request is referred to a Canadian court. This tax credit will apply to all adoptions completed after 2012. Avec cette mesure, je souhaite de...
It is my fondest wish that this measure will help more young children find a home.
Supported through various other initiatives, including expanding tax relief for home care services, simplifying the funeral and burial program for veterans, improving palliative care, and combating family violence. And I'm not just talking about what this government has done since 2006. such as the Universal Child Care Credit, the Family Caregiver Tax Credit, and the creation of the Registered Disability Savings Plan. Parlant de création d'emplois, il est...
On the subject of job creation, we should highlight the Minister of State for Science and Technology and his tremendous work with the National Research Council of Canada, which will celebrate its centennial in 2016.
The National Research Council employs 4,000 people in 50 locations across the country, one of which is at the doorstep of Ottawa Orleans. The NRC is one of the pillars of Canada's innovation system. Unfortunately, over the past few decades, many innovations have languished on dusty shelves and have not been brought to market. And so the NRC, an agency that I value a great deal and have been supporting for several decades, will become more closely aligned with industry. Devant la concurrence...
Global competition is intensifying and getting more complex, and Canada must carve out a place for itself. We have an enviable standard of living, but it comes with no guarantees, and so we need to take action. We must encourage business to invest even more in research and technology development so that our country can enjoy sustained economic growth. In cooperation with Canadian industries, which are major job creators themselves, the NRC will address Canada's technological gaps so that we can remain an economic leader.
The NRC will support Canadian industries in large-scale research initiatives. As stated in Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013, the NRC will receive $121 million to support this new role. And under the Economic Action Plan, the government will also invest in world-class research and innovation by supporting advanced research and business innovation and by enhancing Canada's venture capital system. As many of you know, the spirit of volunteering and community support burns brightest in the constituency of Ottawa-Orleans. Je dénombre environ 300 organismes dans Ottawa-Orléans qui reposent essentiellement.
As many of you know, the spirit of volunteering is based on one of the country's most precious resources, volunteers.
Les aînés francophones d'Orléans, the Roy G. Hobbs Seniors Club. The Orleans branch of the Royal Canadian Legion is virtually at the center of veterans' social life in East Ottawa, and the list goes on. These agencies must raise funds to support their activities. In addition to the work of their dedicated volunteers, they need donations to survive. La philanthropie doit être encouragée.
It is important to encourage philanthropy. That is what Economic Action Plan 2013 is doing with its first-time donors super credit. This is a sensible way of encouraging new donors to make charitable contributions. The super credit complements the charitable donations tax credit by adding a 25% tax credit for a first-time donation of more than $1,000.
Couples can share the super credit. With an economic recovery that was lagging due to economic instability in other countries, the government understood that it had to meet the demands of municipalities and move ahead with another plan for long-term investment in Canada's infrastructures. The City of Ottawa and the District of Ottawa-Orleans have benefited greatly from this economic stimulus program. We need only consider the construction of a light rail line in Ottawa, a total investment of $2.1 billion, $785 million of which is from the federal taxpayers through the Building Canada Plan and the Federal Gas Tax Fund. What the Economic Action Plan 2013 is proposing is $53 billion over 10 years. The City of Ottawa has been dealing with wastewater pouring into the Ottawa River for several years. Although sewers are obviously a municipal responsibility, the federal government has a role to play since the wastewater from the City of Ottawa is going into an interprovincial river between the provinces of Quebec and Ontario. And alas, water runs downhill. That's why the government has invested close to $33 million to help the city carry out the first of two phases, the first two phases of the Ottawa River Action Plan. Where this work is to be done, there is still work to be done. The third phase has not yet received funding. I sincerely hope that support can be provided through the revamped Building Canada Fund. Ainsi, les sages citoyens d'Ottawa.
These measures will help the great residents of Ottawa or Orleans regain full use of Petrie Island, a treasure of this community. When I was a child, we could swim in the Ottawa River. That's not a good idea anymore, and we have to do something about it.
Is not the only infrastructure program under the Economic Action Plan of 2013. The government has introduced Community Improvement Fund, which will invest $32.2 billion over 10 years through the Gas Tax Fund and GST rebates to municipalities. The government also plans to renew P3 Canada Fund, which will invest $1.25 billion over 5 years to support projects through public-private partnerships. As you know, I'm a passionate advocate of our two official languages. Canada's linguistic duality is one of our greatest assets. C'est la raison pour laquelle j'ai appuyé sans réserve.
That is why I have given my full support to Bill C-419, which was tabled by the member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Saint-Laurent. Et je la salue.
And I would like to congratulate this honourable member on her bill.
Le plan d'action économique 2013.
Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013 introduces the most far-reaching and generous initiative in our history to promote our two official languages. The new roadmap will continue to support the learning of English and French as second languages, and will continue its support for minority school systems so as to foster the development of citizens and communities.
Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013 meets the high standards that we've come to expect of our Minister of Finance. It's a plan that calls us to action through sensible and targeted measures. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your kind attention, and I assure you I will entertain my colleagues' question with the same respect.
And comments, questions or commentary. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the official opposition finance critic, I had the privilege recently of hearing the testimony of Sonia Lheureux, the interim parliamentary budget officer, who gave an update to the Finance Committee. Now, she is the interim parliamentary budget officer, hand-selected by this government. And I'd like to quote what she said in her economic and fiscal update on the 29th of April from this year. And she said, and I quote, "The Canadian economy is currently 1.9% below its level of potential GDP. Our economy is underperforming. Canadian households are at a level of all-time personal debt. Companies are not investing. Our exports are in the tank. And the government is happy to spend tens of millions of dollars of public money advertising programs that no longer exist or don't yet exist." Now, I'd like the member opposite who just spoke to tell us why this government continues to put its foot on the brake, bring in austerity measures for Canadian households, but squander tax dollars for its own self-serving advertising.
The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured that the official spokesperson on finance should be the one to ask me the first question. It's very unfortunate that the official opposition enjoys talking down Canada's economy. They do it here in this place, they do it across the country, and they even do it in foreign capitals. This is shameful. I appreciate that the parliamentary budget officer has mentioned that we are not reaching our full potential. You know what? I mentioned this in my own speech. We can do better, but we've got to pull together. But while we're at it, would it cost so much to admit that while we're not achieving our full potential, we are driving better than any of the other G7 countries?
Absolutely.
We have created over 1 million net new jobs since the depth of the recession. 90% of those jobs are full-time. 80% of them are in the private sector. And while the NDP and the Liberals play partisan games, our government is focused on what actually matters to Canadians, helping to create jobs and promote economic growth. The job creation in the month of May is just another positive mark in this travel.
His own comments, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
And my colleague across the way keeps talking about how this government is lowering taxes. But I wonder if he's aware that their $333 million tariff hike means that cost of vacuum cleaners will go up by 5%, bicycles up by 4.5%, baby carriages up by 3%, plastic school supplies up 3.5%, scissors will go up 11%, ovens, cooking stoves and ranges will go up by 3%, coffee makers' costs will go up 4%. On wigs, especially cosmetic wigs for cancer patients, the cost will go up a whopping 15.5%. So in light of all these price hikes, how can he possibly say that the government is lowering taxes?
The honourable member from Ottawa Orleans.
I have some sympathy, sir, for people who need cosmetic wigs. I've decided that, in view of my own challenges, I'd wear a beret. It wasn't made in China, and so I had to pay a tariff on it. These tariffs that the third party wants to defend had been created and continue to exist for third world economies. The products that he just listed were at one time produced by a third world economy, the People's Republic of China. But they've done so well that they're no longer a third world economy. Right. And frankly, this government is focused on reducing taxes in Canada, not giving fiscal advantages to the People's Republic of China.
That's logical.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to point out to my colleague that we have just seen the 42nd time allocation motion concerning this very bill, and that this significantly undermines our democracy, and it is shutting down debate in this House and is seeking to prevent constructive debate. This is scandalous, and I would add that only 2 hours and a quarter are allocated to this bill at third reading. In addition, the Conservatives are using this omnibus bill to impose changes on the sly. For example, the Economic Action Plan says that he says that this is a bold action plan, but it serves to enlarge the cabinet while telling the public that the coffers are empty when it comes time to providing OAS and EI services. Can my colleague explain the situation? The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans. The basic principles of democracy are very important, and that is why we are all here today. We are here because democracy had it so. And it is because of democracy that my colleague has been here since May 2nd, 2011. Now, I know she wants to defend democracy, but she should recognize that the same democracy made it such that the political party that is sitting on your right-hand side, Mr. Speaker, is the legitimate and lawful government of this country. Now, I will admit that we have had to take some measures to expedite the government's agenda. But there are no surprises here in the government's orders of the day, in its agenda. What we are doing is exactly what we told voters we would do. And most of the things that we are debating right now are things that were debated in the 39th Parliament as well, in the 40th Parliament, all measures that the opposition had blocked. Now they're somewhat saddened and disoriented because they can no longer block the government's intentions, which had already been ratified by the Canadian public.
Okanagan Shoe Swap.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Okanagan Shoe Swap, it's a destination for people to retire, and our government was the first government to establish a Minister of State for seniors, and we've managed to have a number of initiatives to help seniors income splitting so they can afford to retire, and initiatives to provide protection for seniors and ensure that because they have become such a large portion of our population, that we've incorporated that as part of our action plan and in our budget. Could I ask the member if he could just, I know he's a little bit younger and he's probably not familiar with seniors issues, but could he please answer what is there in the budget for seniors?
The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans.
I thank my former seatmate, whose wisdom always radiates in any room he enters. In the 2012 and 13 fiscal year, tax breaks for seniors and retirees reach $2.5 billion. Some people can't count that far.
Absolutely.
Thanks to the Protecting Canada Seniors Act, offenders who abuse seniors will receive harsher sentences. There is a $1.5 billion increase in the Canada Income Supplement over 5 years, which will improve the standard of living of nearly 700,000 of Canada's most vulnerable seniors.
Good news.
And the creation of the new tax credit of up to $2,000 for family caregivers. There's a $400 million investment over 2 years to build affordable housing for seniors under Canada's Economic Action Plan. I could go on and on.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Resuming debate. Please do débat. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know Canadians are riveted with what's happening here in Ottawa with respect to all the scandals around this federal government. But nevertheless, in spite of Conservative scandals, there is important business that is continuing here in Parliament. And so I do rise today to speak once again on C60, which is yet another Conservative omnibus budget bill. And it was only weeks ago that the Conservatives brought this bill, C60, to the floor of the House and very quickly constrained debate with time allocation, pushed it through the Finance Committee, allowing us a total of 4 meetings, only 4 meetings to discuss and study this bill. And now here we are, Mr. Speaker, with a record number of debate limits, time allocations, even for this secretive government. We're back here with this omnibus budget bill, and it, again, will receive only 2.5 hours of debate. Now, while this isn't the biggest budget bill ever, it's 115 pages, and it changes almost 50 pieces of legislation, which will have wide-ranging impacts on government departments, crown corporations, international trade, foreign investment, and for Canadians, it will affect the price of basic household goods. And all the while, Mr. Speaker, their austerity measures, their cuts to programs and services themselves, very secretive. Even the parliamentary budget officer can't find out what the government's cutting. These cuts and austerity measures continue. Now, this omnibus bill makes changes to the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, the Investment Canada Act. It merges the Department of Foreign Affairs with International Trade Development Agency. It also introduces tax hikes, significant tax hikes on credit unions, on small businesses, and tariff hikes on thousands of products. So the Conservatives are raising the prices on more than 1,200 consumer goods from over 70 countries by increasing tariffs $333 million. C60 also undermines the collective bargaining process at Crown agencies like the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board, Via Rail, Canada Post, and many more Crown corporations. It also raises serious concerns about the independence of institutions, including the CBC, where we prize journalists having journalistic independence and integrity, and also the Bank of Canada. Now, Canadians across the country have been writing to Parliament, to MPs, to share their concerns about this Omni-Budget 3.0. These are changes that, if they are to be considered, merit more debate, more time, and certainly due process. Now, in year 3 of Conservative omni-budgets, Canadians should not accept this skirting of the democratic process, democratic oversight, as the new normal. Now, let me quote National Post columnist Andrew Coyne, what he said about omnibus budget bills. And he said, and I quote, "Not only does this make a mockery of the confidence convention, shielding bills that would otherwise be defeatable within a money bill, which it is not, it makes it impossible to know what Parliament really intended by any of it. We've no idea whether MPs supported or opposed any particular bill in the bunch, only that they voted for the legislation, that is the omnibus legislation, that contained them. There's no common thread that runs between them, no overarching principle. They represent not a single act of policy, but a sort of compulsory buffet. There's something quite alarming about Parliament being obliged to rubber stamp the government's whole legislative agenda at one go." And that was last year that Mr. Coyne wrote that opinion. And, of course, the government just continues with its omnibus legislation, blind and determined as ever. But the Conservatives don't trust Canadians, and C60, like the omnibus bills of years past, is evidence of their disdain for parliamentary process, for the democratic process, and ultimately for Canadians. If they had been listening to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would be hearing the kinds of things I've been hearing from my constituents. Thousands of Canadians are writing to parliamentarians telling us that sections related to the CBC alone are reason to stop this omnibus bill. Des membres respectés des médias canadiens.
Respected members, former members of the government say that this omnibus bill must be intercepted.
La Fédération Professionnelle.
The Professional Federation of Quebec Journalists, the Canada Media Guild, the Radio-Canada Communications Centre all urge the Conservatives to show some common sense. The Canadian Association of Journalists has stated that the provisions of Bill C-60 bear witness to an utter lack of the trust that the Conservatives have in the Radio-Canada's board to properly manage public broadcasting.
This bill is the worst case of interference in CBC as an independent broadcaster, which is funded by taxpayers.
Letters, emails, and phone calls from constituents concerned about how Bill C-60 will impact the CBC. Of course, Conservatives would have to talk to Canadians if they wanted to know this. Clearly, they are not. Bill C-60 also phases out the credit union tax deduction that has helped foster diversity in our financial system in Canada. There's a great deal of concern from credit unions from coast to coast about the long-term effects of these changes. Fostering diversity in the banking and financial sector is a necessary element of a modern economy. At the Finance Committee, we heard from credit union representatives and the concerns this measure has raised in communities across the country. And I'd like to just quote a couple. David Phillips, President and CEO of Credit Union Central of Canada, told us, and I quote, "The provision as it is now is pro-competitive, so when you take the provision away, when you increase the tax rate, what you're really doing is supporting greater concentration of Canadian financial services in the Canadian financial services industry. It's really a tax on growth of credit unions. So Mr. David Phillips is saying that the way it stands now, it fosters competition. What the Conservatives are doing will eliminate competition or greatly reduce competition, and that was what Mr. Phillips said to the Finance Committee last month. Garth Manus, CEO of Credit Union Central of Manitoba, notes that, and I quote, "Currently, credit unions alone face the possibility of having to pay more of their net income in federal tax, just as the banks did before. It's no exaggeration to say that some may begin to question the future viability of credit unions in many communities in rural Canada, in some cases where they are the only financial institution." I continue the quote, "Not only could people be left without access to a nearby financial institution, valuable and stable jobs at the credit union could be lost." And again, that is when Mr. Manus appeared at the Finance Committee last month. Now, as the Member of Parliament for Parkdale High Park, I know these measures will have a direct impact on my community. In my riding, the Ukrainian credit unions invest nearly $1 million annually in community programming, projects and educational initiatives that could simply disappear as a result of these tax changes. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with representatives from the Council of Ukrainian Credit Unions of Canada who had a combined membership of over 63,000 people across Canada. The representatives I met with in Parkdale High Park were shocked at the unexpected tax code changes for credit unions in Bill C-60. There was no consultation. I share the concerns of my constituents and of many Canadians that these new risk-reducing financial tools available to communities across the country and threaten the overall diversity of the financial sector in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-60 is not what Canadians want. If the Conservatives were listening to Canadians, they would know that. If the Conservatives were listening to Canadians, they would be considering the advice of the very experts who appeared before the Finance Committee as witnesses on this bill. For instance, Labour relations expert George Smith, who told the Finance Committee that the changes in Bill C-60 fundamentally contradict the Canada Labour Code. Now, Smith is not a union representative. Smith was, for 4 decades, chief management negotiator for many businesses and Crown corporations, at Air Canada, at Canadian Pacific Railway, at CBC. He was part of the privatization of Air Canada, the revitalization of the Canadian railway industry, including CN as a Crown corporation, and the modernization of CBC's collective agreement. George Smith, formerly in management at CBC, Air Canada, and CPR, and now adjunct professor of Queen's University. And again, I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Collective bargaining is messy. Sometimes it causes inconvenience. Labour disputes, I would argue, are short-term pain for long-term gain. But the product of a freely negotiated collective agreement is an agreement that both sides agree to and both sides then commit to implement. That gives management the certainty, and it gives the employees and the unions the certainty that of that in a business environment. It doesn't mean that those negotiations aren't difficult, but mandated change, in my experience, wherever it comes from, doesn't work." Mr. Smith appeared at the Finance Committee last month, and it's clear his comments fell on deaf ears on the part of the government. If the government were listening, they'd hear the concerns of Chris Aylward, National Executive Vice President for the Public Service Association of Canada, Public Service Alliance of Canada, on the changes allowing Treasury Board interference in labour relations at Crown corporations. And he said, and I quote, "These changes are problematic because it essentially gives Treasury Board unfettered authority to interfere in collective bargaining with Crown corporations, removing effective control from the parties most directly affected. This is not a recipe for healthy labour relations." Mr. Speaker, these are the experts that are telling us this, and the government refuses to listen. The message from Canadians on process for this bill and on the content is clear. Stop this omnibus budget bill. But the Conservatives won't take their fingers out of their ears long enough to hear what Canadians are saying. The changes proposed to C60 regarding Treasury Board interference with Crown corporations don't stop at the CBC. There's also concern that they could impact the independence of the Bank of Canada. I recently tabled a motion at the Finance Committee to study the impact of this bill on the Bank of Canada. But of course, like every other motion that the NDP or other parties put forward, and every other single amendment, the Conservatives rejected it, voted against it, refused to listen. In a recent article in the Globe and Mail, Kevin Carmichael describes a potential scenario that could arise following the C60 measures, and I quote, "Say the governor wanted to hire a talented banker who worked at an investment bank and that had become the focus of public vitriol for its role in the global financial crisis. Would Cabinet interfere with the appointment if there were a public outcry or prevent one?" Carmichael goes on, It is impossible to rule out the possibility, yet such a scenario is hardly far-fetched. Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney hired Tim Hodgson, the former head of Goldman Sachs Canadian operations, as a special advisor in 2010. Would Mr. Carney have thought twice if he knew his internal appointments risked political censure? Again, there's reason to wonder, and suddenly we're on a slippery slope. A simple accountability measure risks hurting the central bank's reputation as an independent actor. End quote. And again, this is from an expert financial journalist at the Globe and Mail. Again, the Conservatives are willing to risk the independence of the central bank if it means giving more power to the Prime Minister's office. C60 also makes the temporary foreign workers program corrects some measures, but they are a band-aid solution and don't get to the heart of this government's mismanagement of the temporary foreign workers program. While the Conservatives like to crow about their record on job creation, there are still almost 1.4 million Canadians out of work. At the same time, the number of temporary foreign workers has tripled over the last decade. There are now hundreds of thousands of temporary foreign workers working here in Canada. Experts and community groups across the country are speaking out against the band-aid solutions offered in Bill C60. Gil McGowan, President of Alberta Federation of Labour, where many of these workers work, says, and I quote, "The bottom line is that Canadians are being displaced. Canadians are being displaced by temporary foreign workers. Wages are being suppressed, and employers are being allowed to abdicate their responsibility for training Canadians." Miles Korak, professor of economics, has said that, and I quote, "Flooding the market with workers from elsewhere year in and year out, even during a major recession, is not about an acute labour shortage. It's nothing more than a wage subsidy to low-paying firms, a subsidy that stunts the reallocation of goods, capital, and labour that is the basis for efficient markets." What do the Conservatives have against free markets, Mr. Speaker? That I'd like to know. David Gray, labour economist and professor at the University of Ottawa, says, and I quote, "The temporary foreign workers program has become a convenient out for employers willing to pay higher wages. It should just address only acute labour shortages," end quote. The Canadian Council of Refugees says that the CCR regrets that the temporary foreign workers announcement did not address the rights abuses suffered by migrant workers who are vulnerable to exploitation because of their precarious status. So, Mr. Speaker, again, this testimony was all ignored. Canadians have told us serious concerns about Bill C60, and we in the New Democratic Party, stand with Canadians in saying we do not support this omnibus bill. We will be voting against it. Now, Mr. Speaker, despite what Conservatives claim, this budget will actually hold back the Canadian economy instead of accelerating it. It's eliminating thousands of jobs, cutting direct program spending, and weakening GDP growth. It does nothing to address unemployment, record levels of household debt, or rising inequality. Mr. Speaker, putting people to work is clearly the best way to reduce our deficit, but instead this budget is recklessly pursuing an austerity agenda that has made major cuts to services on which Canadian families rely. Now is the time instead to invest in the next generation that will lead the country. It's the time to meet the challenges facing Canadians head-on, but this budget shirks these responsibilities. No need to risk journalistic freedom at the CBC, Mr. Speaker. No need to trample on collective bargaining rights and processes that have served us well for decades. New Democrats know that investing in communities, pursuing sustainable economic development, and supporting small and medium-sized businesses is critical in creating high-paying jobs and building a vibrant economy for generations to come. Canadians are counting on us to listen, to understand the concerns of communities across the country, and to put the public interest first. So in that regard, Mr. Speaker, I want to propose a reasoned amendment. And I will read the reasoned amendment now. And my amendment is that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word "that" and by substituting the following: that this House decline to give third reading to Bill C-60, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 21st, 2013, and other measures because it, A, weakens Canadians' confidence in the work of Parliament, decreases transparency and erodes the democratic process by amending 49 different pieces of legislation, many of which are not related to any budgetary measures. B, raises taxes on Canadians by introducing tax hikes on credit unions and small businesses. C, gives the Treasury Board sweeping powers to interfere in collective bargaining and impose employment conditions on non-union employees. D, amends the Investment Canada Act to triple review thresholds and dramatically reduces the number of foreign takeovers subject to review, proposes an inadequate band-aid for the flawed approach to labour market opinions in the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. F, proposes to increase fees for visitor visas and friends and family coming to visit Canada. And G, fails to provide substantive measures to create good Canadian jobs and stimulate meaningful long-term growth and recovery. And, Mr. Speaker, I will add that this reasoned amendment is being seconded by the MP for Saint-Lambert.
Ms. Nash, seconded by Madame Grohe, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: This House declined to give third reading to Bill C-60, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 21st, 2013, and other measures, because it, A, weakens Canadians' confidence in the work of Parliament, decreases transparency and erodes democratic process by amending 49 different pieces of legislation, many of which are not related to budgetary measures. B, raises taxes on Canadians by introducing tax hikes on credit unions and small businesses. C, gives the Treasury Board sweeping powers to interfere in collective bargaining and impose employment conditions on non-union employees. D, amends the Investment Canada Act to triple review thresholds and dramatically reduces the number of foreign takeovers subject to review. E, proposes an inadequate band-aid fix for the flawed approach to labour market opinions in the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. F, proposes to increase fees for visitor visas for friends and family coming to visit Canada. And G, fails to provide substantive measures to create good Canadian jobs and stimulate meaningful long-term growth and recovery. The amendment is in order. We'll move on to questions and comments. We'll probably have time for maybe one quick question before statements. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, very quick question in regards to the overall approach of this government with relation to budgets has been very harmful for our middle class. And we've seen that this is yet another budget that takes shots at our middle class. My question is related to the tax increases in the forms of tariffs that the government is proposing to increase and the profound impact that that's going to have on things such as small businesses and the consumers. Many argue, and my question to the member is, what impact does she believe that this will have on the issue of cross-border shopping when you in fact have many communities living along the U.S. border where we are going to have consumers paying more for products as a direct result of this budget that will have, many people are concerned, more people going to the United States in order to shop. Would she not agree with that?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we did hear from the Retail Council of Canada at the Finance Committee, who stressed the anti-competitive nature of these tax hikes on Canadian consumer goods. And the government's quick to point out that, oh, well, you know, for countries like China or South Korea, they don't need these tariff exemptions anymore. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, what they are doing here is they're increasing the cost to Canadians, and it's going to mean more Canadians will buy their products south of the border. Thank you.
I have about 8.5 minutes left for questions and comments after question period. We'll move on now to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand in solidarity with survivors of sexual abuse. One of the survivors I know is a little girl named Keelan Perkins. She doesn't call herself a survivor, Mr. Speaker, but a victor, which is why she led the Victor Walk in Huntsville last month. Keelan called this walk a healing journey to squash stigmatism of sexual abuse. Those are big words for a 9-year-old girl, but not for Keelan. Inside Keelan's heart is an invincible passion to help those who have gone through what she has. Keelan's dream of founding Little Warriors Ontario. She dreams of raising money for the Be Brave Ranch, a treatment center for survivors of sexual abuse, the first of its kind in Canada. And she dreams of becoming a lawmaker against child sexual abuse. I know Keelan, and I know these dreams are dreams she will achieve. And we will live in a better society because of her, one that provides a safer, more nurturing environment for kids like Keelan. I invite all my colleagues to join me in honoring Keelan Perkins, who is with us today as she continues her journey of inspiring others. Thank you, Keelan, for showing us how the world can be a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Many generations of immigrants have established themselves in Canada by operating restaurants, stores, and supermarkets. They provide affordable food and household goods to thousands of families. They hired hundreds of workers and add to the vibrancy and vitality of many neighborhoods. These small business owners and workers often work 14 to 18 hours a day, arriving before dawn to pick up fresh produce, toiling in hot kitchens, and serving their customers till late at night. Today, in their busy lives, 25 Chinese business owners and workers are visiting the House of Commons. They wish for better policing support and easier and faster family reunification so their loved ones can join them in Canada. Let's work together to make their wishes a reality. And let's celebrate these unsung heroes in our communities and in our House of Commons today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize the Beachville District Museum in my riding of Oxford as they commemorated the 175th anniversary of the first recorded baseball game in North America this last weekend. I had the honour of throwing the first ball for the opening ceremonies, which I might add, Mr. Speaker, was a real hit. Long thought to be a sport invented in the United States, Brian Chip Martin explains in his new book, Baseball's Creation Myth, Adam Ford, Abner Graves, and the Cooperstown Story, that baseball can actually trace back to a young boy named Adam Ford. On June the 4th, 1838, Adam sat and watched a group of men play baseball in a pasture in Beachville, Ontario. In 1886, Adam, now a doctor, wrote to the magazine Sporting Life explaining the game and its rules. From there, baseball evolved into the game we know and love today. There were several exciting events that celebrated the anniversary of this great sport, and I would like to congratulate all of those involved who made this momentous anniversary one to remember. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
Pay tribute to the Pillitteri Estates Winery, which is celebrating its 20th anniversary this year. Founded by my friend Carrie Pillitteri, former Liberal Member of Parliament for Niagara Falls, the Pillitteri Estate Winery has become the world's largest estate producer of ice wine. The Pillitteri Estates Winery has its roots in Sicily, where Gary helped his father and grandfather tend the vines of the family farm. In 1948, Gary came to Canada and married Lena Argo in 1960. In 1965, the Pillitteris bought a farm and settled down to raise their family, but the dream to open a winery remained strong. In 1988, Gary won a gold medal for his ice wine in Niagara's amateur wine competition and knew he could make his dream come true, but only with the commitment of his family. With Gary and Lena's children, Charles, Connie, Lucy, son-in-law Jamie, and grandsons Richard forming the executive team, the Pillitteris Estates Winery is indeed a family affair. Even the grandkids chip in when school lets out in the summer. As a visitor to Pillitteri Estates Winery, I can attest that this is a Canadian success story and a tribute to the power of dreaming big, the devotion of family, and decades of hard work. Tante Gudi à la famille Pillitteri.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in the House today to speak about a great charity event that occurs nationwide, Relay for Life. Relay is an inspirational 12-hour overnight event that brings our communities together to fight cancer. At Relay, teams gather with cancer survivors on their local tracks and walk or run throughout the entire evening. This year is the 75th anniversary for Relay. For 75 years, the Canadian Cancer Society and Relay for Life have been battling against cancer. I want to commend the individuals in my riding of Simcoe Grey who on Friday, June the 14th, Sarah Mars-Bruce will lead the charge in Alliston, and in Thornbury on July the 12th, Brenda O'Neill will lead the charge in making sure we're battling cancer in our local area. Every dollar that's raised through Relay for Life helps the Canadian Cancer Society create more meaningful impact in their local communities. These are fabulous volunteers, and I encourage everyone to get out, participate in Relay, and help fight against cancer.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As with thousands of my constituents of Laurentides-Labelle and hundreds of thousands of Canadians elsewhere, I own boats for fishing and recreation. As it now stands, there are basically no rules, and it's a free-for-all, including 300 horsepower motorboats on lakes a square kilometre in size. There's the odd lake, which has legal restrictions following amendments to Section 4 of the Federal Navigation Act. But this involves a complex and costly procedure which can go on for years and which small communities can't afford to go through. That's why I tabled my motion M441, which calls on the government to simplify the process for local communities which want to cater to all users. This motion is in response to requests made by many people and elected representatives of my riding who want to put an end to this kind of conflict in the interest of keeping peace. I hope all of my colleagues in this chamber will support this measure. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about Sable Island. Mr. Speaker, I believe last night, S15, the Expansion and Conservation of Canada's National Park Act, finally went through the second reading of this House to allow the bill to proceed to committee. Mr. Speaker, Sable Island is a unique spot off the east coast of Atlantic Canada, 300 kilometres off the shore of Nova Scotia, 42 kilometres long, about a kilometre and a half wide at its widest point. Most people know Sable Island for the Sable Island horses, but this is, and as the graveyard of the Atlantic. This is an absolutely unique spot off the coast of Nova Scotia. It should become Canada's 43rd national park. I urge committee to pass this as quickly as possible, Mr. Speaker, and to send it back to the House for third reading. We can pass this legislation before the House rises for the summer, and I urge all members of this House to work in a cooperative manner to do exactly that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently we have been called trained seals and do not have any choice in representing our constituents. Let me set the record straight. It has been a privilege to represent my constituents who elected me based on the policies we put forward. These policies are made by grassroots members and elected members together. This is the teamwork, Mr. Speaker. We don't campaign on our personal agendas. During my time in Parliament since 1997, both in the opposition and government, I've had numerous opportunities to put views forward and have input in public policy. This, Mr. Speaker, through caucus and direct access, we can influence policies on behalf of our constituents, Mr. Speaker. This is the teamwork, Mr. Speaker. This approach is what makes you a very, very effective representative, Mr. Speaker, and it's been an honor and a privilege to do this. Mr. Speaker, let me say this statement is mine and my own sentiment and not approved by PMO or anybody else. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy de Quebec.
The honourable member for Quebec City. Mr. Speaker, it's in Quebec City that today begins the biggest outdoor show in North America. Indeed, with the help of Quebec's innovative talents, the Quebec Summer Festival from July 4th to 14th will welcome international singers, Cœur de Pirate, Rush, and Guns N' Roses. As well, the festival is a showcase for new artists such as Lisa Leblanc and Karine Ouellette. This summer festival is 1,000 artists, 300 shows, over 10 different stages, and over 1 million people who come every year. It is, of course, located in the beautiful city of Quebec City, and anyone who loves music should go there. As the MP for Quebec City, I'm proud of this show, and I would ask the government not to forget about the huge international events. So I would invite you one and all to the biggest outdoor show in Canada, which will make you dance and shake. So everybody have a great time at this festival. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I feel that our Crown Corporation showed a lack of respect and that it breached our trust and our feeling of belonging. Radio-Canada is a Crown Corporation, but it's also a cultural and heritage organization. From the youngest Canadians to people of my generation and those of my parish, Canadian and Quebec Francophones unite under Radio-Canada. So it is inconceivable and unacceptable to spend taxpayers' money to change what belongs to all of us as a community and language minority. Over $400,000 could otherwise have been invested in either a cultural or educational show for young people, and that's why Radio-Canada is funded everywhere throughout Canada by our government.
Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations to The Spot, a tremendous organization in the community of Malvern in my riding of Scarborough Rouge River. Success, power, opportunity, teamwork are the tenets of this community organization that had its grand opening in front of the Malvern Public Library this week. As a safe, youth-led space, this creative and dynamic organization hosts a media lab, dance studio, recording studio, and offers free programming for young people. I've had the privilege of participating at the Rise Poetry Sessions hosted there, a Scarborough-bred movement promoting positive ideas and opportunities for youth to express themselves through spoken word throughout the community. In addition, One Love Malvern is a local youth-led campaign effort that provides a platform to represent the Malvern community with a positive light and showcase our pride in our neighbourhood. This movement highlights the positive contributions Malvern residents has provided to the City of Toronto and showcases many of the positive attributes and inclusivity of our neighbourhood. These are just some of the local initiatives in my community where our youth and others are empowering themselves to celebrate our neighbourhood, promote safety in our community, and show the City of Toronto that Malvern is a great place to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, last night the CBC ran a false story by reporter Greg Weston. The CBC claimed there is a secret Conservative Party fund run by the PMO. This is false. The CBC claimed party funds are hidden from Elections Canada. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this is false. All Conservative Party expenses are paid by one account, controlled by the Conservative Party. All funds are properly reported to Elections Canada and audited annually. The Conservative Party ensures that non-governmental activities undertaken by our Prime Minister are never billed to the taxpayers. CBC failed to mention that this is standard practice for all political parties. The NDP and Liberals have confirmed they also maintain funds to cover expenses that should not be charged to the taxpayer. The CBC's Peter Mansbridge and Greg Weston misled Canadians. They should retract this piece of shoddy journalism. We will be taking this matter to the CBC's Ombudsman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, it's with sadness that we learn the passing of a visionary man in the National Capital Region, Dr. Gaston Isabelle. He was a Liberal MP from 1965 to 1988 and successively represented the ridings of Gatineau, Hull, and Hull-Aylmer. Dr. Isabelle passed away last Monday. During his long career, he was a key actor who helped reshape downtown Hull with the building of the federal buildings, and therefore he worked for a better distribution of federal buildings to each side of the Ottawa River. And he also fought hard for a monorail project between Ottawa and Gatineau, and if ever it's built, Mr. Speaker, it should be called Le Doc. He never stopped practicing medicine throughout his entire life, even when he was an MP and parliamentary secretary. Doc Isabelle was an institution in this area. He was a generous man, a bon vivant, smart, and a good listener. He was a great MP who left a permanent mark amongst his own. Rest in peace, Dr. Isabelle.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader is constantly playing divisive politics. The Liberal leader is constantly trying to divide the country by pitting one region against another. The Liberal leader said, "I'd think of wanting to make Quebec a country." The Liberal leader said that we have 24 senators in Quebec and there are only 6 for Alberta and British Columbia. That benefits us. To want to abolish it, that's just demagoguery. Close of quote. He said that Quebecers are better than the rest of Canada. The Liberal leader takes pot shots at the West, and then he comes to the House and he pretends to be defending its interests. But Western Canadians know better. While the Liberal leader is playing divisive politics, our Conservative government is focused on what matters to Canadians, jobs and economic growth. I'm pleased to inform this House today that thanks to our strong economic measures, we have created 95,000 net new jobs in the month of May alone. Canada has now created over 1 million net new jobs since the depth of the global recession in July 2009, and that's commendable even by opposition standards.
Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, in the words of the newly independent member from Edmonton St. Albert, the Conservative Party of Canada has, quote, morphed into what we once mocked. First, we learned of a secret $90,000 payout orchestrated from the PMO, now troubling allegations of a secret slush fund controlled by the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. Now, they have improper Senate expense claims, a cover-up orchestrated from the PMO, fraudulent election calls, Elections Canada trying to remove 2 Conservative MPs, and now allegations of a secret fund controlled by the PM's former Chief of Staff, Nigel Wright. While our leader has repeatedly asked direct questions, the Prime Minister refuses to give straight answers. No wonder the member from Edmonton St. Albert resigned. The Conservatives have a, quote, lack of commitment to transparency and open government. Now, the Prime Minister can take the Air Force run to Europe, but he can't hide. And the NDP will keep asking tough questions because Canadians deserve to have answers.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. And with last month's almost record job growth, we now have achieved 1 million net new jobs since the pit of the recession in 2009. 90% of these jobs are full-time, 80% of these jobs are in the private sector, a great record of growth. And while we continue to focus on economic growth, the NDP leader continues to protect the tax offenders that lie within his caucus. Now, one of these tax offenders' tax issues were a matter of public court records. So how can that member possibly be allowed to run as a candidate? How come he was named as a critic? And how can he possibly still sit in the NDP caucus? Obviously, the NDP leader places a higher priority in defending the tax evaders within his caucus than he does in standing up for Canadian taxpayers.
Oral questions, Questions Zorel, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians want answers about the secret $1 million fund being run out of the Prime Minister's office. Canadians deserve answers. Where's the Prime Minister? Où est le Premier Ministre? Les Canadiens...
Where's the Prime Minister? Canadians deserve a response from their Prime Minister.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition wants answers, he shouldn't ask factually inaccurate questions. The story upon which he bases his question is false. There is no such fund. In fact, all Conservative partisan expenses come out of a single bank account that is controlled by the Conservative Party of Canada. And the Prime Minister, when he incurs partisan expenses, instead of going to the taxpayer to pay for them, he goes to the Conservative Party, and that is exactly the way it should be.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, only the Conservatives have a secret fund controlled by their Chief of Staff, and only Conservatives have a
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's no evidence to the contrary, and nothing that they say in this House is to be believed because they haven't disclosed anything. Only the Conservatives have $90,000 payouts orchestrated out of the Prime Minister's office. Would the Prime Minister tell us if there are any other staff in the Prime Minister's office who have access to this fund, and does Ray Novak have access to this slush fund?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, on the question of a fund, let me tell you a little bit about it. And I quote, "There is a fund which is used for party-related leader travel and expenses." End quote. Who said that? Nathan Rodman, NDP National Director. He was speaking about a fund to cover their leaders' partisan expenses. If he thinks there's something so nefarious about this practice, why does he engage in it?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver
Mr. Speaker, I repeat, it's only the Conservatives who have a secret fund that's controlled by...
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East has the floor. Now the Honourable Member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they don't want to hear what's going on, but let's be very clear. Only the Conservatives have a secret fund that's controlled out of the Prime Minister's office. So we'll continue to hammer away at getting answers to these questions. Another question. If the government is so certain that Mike Duffy was paid by a personal cheque, why can't they produce it? When will they provide us with documents to support the claims that they make?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Wright has said clearly that he paid the expenses of Mr. Duffy with his own personal funds, and he will not be reimbursed either by the government or the Conservative Party of Canada. The reason the Conservative Party has no such cheque is because the Conservative Party wrote no such cheque. The story on CBC yesterday was false. We gave CBC the information to show that it was false. There is no separate fund. There is the Conservative Fund of Canada, which covers all partisan expenses, including those of the Prime Minister, because he just happens to be the Conservative leader.
The Honourable Member for St. Lambert. It's because of answers like that one that they lost a member of their caucus. Mr. Speaker. Does the government not understand that political parties receive special tax considerations and rebates, and that their secret fund, controlled by the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, is thus partly paid for by the taxpayers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the question is false. The story run by CBC is also false.
A fund which covers all Conservative Party-related partisan expenses. When the Prime Minister of Canada, who happens to lead the Conservative Party, incurs partisan expenses, the party pays for it. There would be a scandal if we did otherwise. If we tried to put those costs on the backs of taxpayers, that would be wrong. But instead, we engage in the accountable practice of having the party pay for partisan expenses.
Honourable Member for St. Lambert. There's no doubt The Conservatives are the only ones who use employees paid with public funds to run a partisan slush fund. Mr. Speaker, was it the Prime Minister who called for the creation of this secret fund? And if so, when? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the NDP can repeat the same story broken by CBC, which is false, but that does not change the fact that it's false.
There is no such separate fund. There is one Conservative Party fund that covers all partisan expenses, including those incurred by the Prime Minister. That is exactly the way it should be. And it turns out it is exactly the way it works in the New Democratic Party. Let me quote Nathan Rodman, NDP National Director. There is a fund which is used for party-related leader travel and expenses. Mr. Speaker, they practice the exact same approach that we do.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
We have a hidden fund to pay for private matters and give out for secret missions or payouts. What's going on here? Conservative ministers claim that the $90,000 that was paid to Nigel Wright was his own personal money, but how do they know? Have they seen the check? When will the government release it? And all the information they have on hand so Canadians can actually see the proof.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to quote Post Media, June 6, 2013. Liberal Party spokesman Kate Monfette said the party pays for expenses for its leader that are, quote, strictly partisan in nature, end quote, and unrelated to parliamentary duties, so, quote, as to ensure the separation between parliamentary activities and political activities. That is precisely what the Conservative Party of Canada does. When the Prime Minister has exclusively partisan expenses, they are paid by the Conservative Party of Canada Fund, which is controlled by the Conservative Party itself.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
The stories keep changing. The Canadians are demanding answers from the government.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel now has the floor.
Take it easy. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are demanding answers from the government. All they're getting is more stories about secret deals and secret funds. Even a former Conservative member from St. Albert said, quote, Canadians want to know, what was the quid pro quo here? It's inappropriate on so many levels. The PMO fund was likely secret for two reasons. They didn't want Canadians to know who was handling out the money or who was getting paid. When will the government release even one piece of evidence to back one of their many stories?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the evidence is that the Conservative Fund, just like the funds for all political parties, are audited every single year, and our finances are submitted to Elections Canada for approval year after year. And all of the expenses in question are covered by a single solitary fund. That might seem like a strange idea to the Liberal Party, because when it was in government, it used taxpayer money to engage in partisan activity. In fact, we still have $40 million in taxpayer money that is missing because of an elaborate kickback scheme designed to steal money from taxpayers and put it into Liberal Party coffers. That's not how we do business on this side of the House.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his team have decided to set up a little extra fund on the side. Canadians are wondering, were the revenues from this fund reported according to the rules of Elections Canada, and will they make the detailed expenses of this fund public? And if they don't want to do if they don't want to tell us the purpose of the fund, can we conclude that it is being used for illegal purposes? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the member wanted to know whether this fund, the money in this fund is reported to Elections Canada, and the answer is yes. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, since the Conservatives came to power, how much money from this secret fund, controlled by the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, has been spent? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the fund in question does not exist.
Honorable Deputy Alfred Pellet.
Honourable Member for Alfred Pellet. Is it because there was no more money in the secret fund that Nigel Wright said, bye-bye, boss? Mr. Speaker, how many employees in the Prime Minister's office were aware of the existence of the secret fund? Parliamentary Secretary. No one can be aware of something that doesn't exist, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Deputy de Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. One thing for sure, at the NDP, we don't have any secret fund to buy the silence of fraudsters because we're transparent. Mr. Speaker, how much money was in the secret fund that was controlled by Nigel Wright and which is now controlled by Ray Novak? The Parliamentary Secretary. There is no such fund. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Lettres-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, having a $1 million secret fund doesn't change the world, except that it can help buy the silence of frauding senators. I have another very simple question, and we'll see if they continue to deny the facts, if they want to complicate their lives or finally answer. Has the Conservative secret fund already been used to solve a lawsuit with the members of the Prime Minister's office staff?
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is asking unfounded questions. I have already said many times that such a fund does not exist, so they should listen to the answers so that they don't keep asking wrong questions.
Mr. Speaker, I am listening. Let's look at the reality. Conservatives are skipping town to evade accountability, and they don't understand the difference between the Government of Canada and the Conservative Party, which they treat as a branch. So no wonder we don't believe your denials today. So my question is simple. Was Nigel Wright reimbursed in whole or in part from this fund, either before or after he gave $90,000 to Mike Duffy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
No.
The Member for Toronto Danforth.
If I were a Conservative...
Order. 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 The Honourable Member for Toronto. Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Still proceeding on the premise that this government is not believable until they produce proof. I note that the Parliamentary Secretary failed to answer the question, even though he thought he answered it. His track record on behalf of the government speaks for itself. There's one follow-up question about this slush fund. Does this fund hold any equities or investments, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, there is one Conservative Party fund that reimburses all partisan expenses related to the Conservative Party of Canada. It is controlled by the Conservative Party, in contrast to the false reporting from CBC yesterday. Mr. Speaker, we've been clear about this today, we've been clear about this yesterday, and let me say that there is stated evidence from both parties that they use exactly the same practice.
Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister's office keep any records about disbursements from this fund, and will they make these records public?
Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, that's the job of the party. The party keeps track of the expenditures on its fund, and then all of those expenditures are audited annually, and they are reported to Elections Canada.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Where only Conservatives have a secret fund controlled by the Chief of Staff, and only Conservatives.
Order. 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 The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina. Order. Order. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina now has the floor.
Look, obviously keeping Mike Duffy's expense quiet is a partisan move, and only Conservatives have $90,000 payout orchestrated out of the Prime Minister's office. And since he acted alone, how does the Parliamentary Secretary of Transport know about this secret fund and about this payout? So my question is simple. Is the secret fund in the PMO a trust account?
Good question.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
She's asking how I know about a secret fund that doesn't exist. We're getting a little bit metaphysical over there. All right. Let's go from fictional news to good news, Mr. Speaker. Today we had one of the biggest ever one-month job creation results. 95,000 net new jobs. The biggest job creation result for our youth in 30 years, Mr. Speaker, bringing the total to 1 million net new jobs. Let's celebrate.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, never mind the $90,000 mystery checks. I wonder how it feels for grassroots Conservatives MPs to be forced to defend using tax dollars to play Pimp My Ride with the Prime Minister's flying Taj Mahal. And I wonder, did they use the PMO's slush fund to rebrand Air Force One in Conservative Party colors?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'm very defensive. Mr. Speaker, what I don't understand quite clearly, what is the problem with the NDP party that every time when we start to do anything good for Canada, they will oppose it? Mr. Speaker, speaking about this Airbus, it will carry Canadian symbols, Canadian national symbols, Mr. Speaker. Don't understand what do they have a problem against Canadian national symbols, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here. The honourable member for Humber, St. Barb, Bay Verte.
Mr. Speaker, all we get from the Conservatives are weasel words, and their actions are not passing a smell test with Canadians. The Prime Minister's legal counsel, Benjamin Perrin, denied negotiating the cheque for Mike Duffy. A simple question to the government. Was Mr. Perrin involved in any aspect of negotiating the terms between Nigel Wright and Senator Duffy?
Hear, hear.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, these questions have already been answered. The opposition continues to pose questions founded on false premises. They should instead take a moment to ask questions about the well-being of everyday Canadians. Today we learned that there have been 1 million phone calls across this country where people have picked up the line and heard the good news. You're hired. You got a job. The pride of work, food on the table, and improved well-being for your kids and your family. That's good news. That's what we're working on this side of the House.
Honourable member for Humber, St. Barb, Bay Verte.
Speaker, there are millions of Canadians wondering about the ethical behaviour of this government.
Right.
As a lawyer, Mr. Perrin has a sworn duty to uphold the law. Can the government explain why, when Mr. Perrin eventually learned that the source of the $90,000 was Nigel Wright himself, why did he not blow the whistle to the appropriate authorities at that time? Millions of Canadians want to know that question.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Nigel Wright has taken sole personal responsibility for his decision. He said it was a mistake. He offered his resignation to the Prime Minister, and that resignation was accepted.
Honourable member for Humber, St. Barb, Bay Verte.
Mr. Speaker, in the wake of scandal after scandal, ethical Conservatives are now fleeing the Conservative Party. The PMO's $90,000 cheque to a Conservative senator, guilty in the In-N-Out scandal, engaging in trench warfare against the courts, using the voter database to commit election fraud, allowing 2 Conservative MPs to sit and vote in the House when they have no legal right to be here. How can any Conservative serve under a Prime Minister with such low ethical standards?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know that, once again, the Liberal Party is throwing mud because they're losing ground. They don't have anything. They don't have anything to offer the Canadian people. They have absolutely no policy to improve the lives of everyday Canadians. On this side of the House, our policy speaks through results. We have 1 million net new jobs, almost all of them full-time, almost all of them in the private sector. We had the biggest one-month increase in youth employment in 3 decades, Mr. Speaker. That's hope for our young people. That's hope for our future.
The
Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the trade agreement that Canada is preparing to sign with Europe is the most important in the past decade. But the only reason why the Prime Minister is rushing off to Europe is to try to get people to forget about the scandals that are undermining his credibility and the credibility of his government. The Prime Minister is showing a lack of seriousness here. Canadians don't even know what's been put on the table, the negotiating table. Will the government commit to consulting Canadians on the conditions of this agreement?
The Honourable Minister of Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. These negotiations are the most open and transparent that Canada has ever undertaken. In fact, the provinces are at the negotiating table when it comes to matters within their jurisdiction. Our government is committed to keeping Canadians informed and to consulting extensively on this agreement. And I would also remind the member that this agreement will be Canada's most comprehensive ever, one that will open up new opportunities for Canada's exporters, manufacturers. It's expected to increase our GDP by $12 billion a year, which is the equivalent of 80,000 new jobs in Canada, or $1,000 for each Canadian family in extra income a year. They should get on side with this program.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, CETA has been the least transparent negotiations that this country has ever seen. And now New Democrats support a trade deal with Europe that advances Canada's interests, but no trade deal should be signed in desperation just to cover up for Conservative scandals. A good deal with Europe would be positive for Canada, but a bad deal could mean more expensive prescription drugs, harm to our dairy farms, and the weakening of our banking regulations without gaining the market access our exporters need. Mr. Speaker, are Conservatives preparing to sacrifice Canada's interests in order to sign a deal at any cost?
Looks like it.
The Honourable Minister of Trade.
Mr. Speaker, that is absolute nonsense. We've made it clear time and time again that the standard that we've set is that we will only sign an agreement that is in the best interest of Canadians. But it's pretty rich for the NDP to get up in this House and claim to be the great born-again free traders of the world. Mr. Speaker, this is the party that sends its leader abroad into the United States to bash our resource industry, to badmouth our economy. They've got no credibility on trade. They're anti-trade, anti-investment.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Speaker, the Agricultural Minister's response to the Excel report is irrational. He promises $15 million in new monies and yet cuts $56 million at the same time. Then he announces a brand new program, but no new staff. He's literally moving some from here to there, or maybe over there too. Who knows? He's playing a shell game with Canada's food safety in an attempt to hide his mismanagement. Canadian families can't wait 5 years for the next audit. The need for an audit is now. Will the minister order a comprehensive audit of CFIA immediately?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given that this member was talking about resources, I would remind the House that under this government we have increased frontline inspectors for CFIA by 750 net new inspectors. Mr. Speaker, in our previous budgets we have provided hundreds of millions in new funding for CFIA and for food safety. This member and his party have voted against each and every opportunity and initiative that we have put forward to increase resources and finances for CFIA.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquet-Manger. 2 major crises have occurred on his watch. It would be time to start taking some action, except that his solution is to cut funding to the CFIA and to add on new duties to employees who are already overburdened without hiring any additional people. If the minister continues in that direction, we'll be headed right into the 3rd major crisis. Mr. Speaker, will the minister allow the Auditor General
to conduct a comprehensive audit of the way the Food Inspection Agency operates.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadian families have confidence in our food safety system. Following the recall of XL Foods, the government launched an independent examination to shed light on what occurred. We accept all of the recommendations from the committee that reviewed the matter.
West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada is not immune from global economic challenges from beyond our borders, especially with our most important trading partners, Canada and the European Union. In Economic Action Plan 2013, we've continued our commitment to grow the economy and create jobs. For example, the Canada Jobs Grant, which is going to train more Canadians for skilled jobs. It's the largest. We also have the largest federal investment ever in job creating, infrastructure, and, of course, new tax relief. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance update this House on the government's actions to grow the economy and create great jobs for hardworking Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Brampton West for that question. And it's because we remain focused on the economy, Mr. Speaker, that 95,000 Canadians are working today that weren't working a month ago, Mr. Speaker. That's very important. And that brings us to a total, since the depth of the recession, of 1 million more Canadians working, Mr. Speaker. That's what matters to Canadians. That is indeed the best job growth record in the G7, and for Canada, it's the second best growth in jobs for any month in recorded history. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, since the President of the Treasury Board still hasn't or seems to have not determined the whereabouts of the $3.1 billion, I'd like to ask him a question about it. Perhaps he could look in the Prime Minister's secret fund. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. Is the government still spending money coming from the $12.9 billion that were earmarked for public safety?
Opposite has it wrong. The Auditor General clearly stated, and I quote, "We didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way it should not have been." Let me repeat. We didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way it should not have been. These are the facts. These are the words of the Auditor General.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, in the fog of the Senate scandals and the PMO secret slush fund, the Conservatives still haven't answered a very simple question. Just where did that $3.1 billion go? If the money was in the public accounts and earmarked for public safety, then every penny of that money must have already been spent and tracked. So I ask the Conservatives again, has the government spent all that money, or is it still looking for it?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is trying to mislead the House. Departments have always been and are still responsible to report to Parliament through the normal processes, the public accounts, main estimates, and the quarterly financial reports. The Auditor General reaffirmed that in committee, and he said, and I quote, "We didn't identify anything that would give us cause to say that we felt that there was anything going on outside the normal processes." These are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Those are the words of the Auditor General.
For Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, Prime Minister Cameron at the upcoming G8 summit will be pushing for transparency. He wants to shine a light on company ownership, land ownership, and where money flows from and to. The United States has tough legislation on transparency for mining companies, and the European Union will be close behind. But the Conservatives have pushed back on transparency. When will they get on board and push for more transparency for Canadian extractive companies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to openness and transparency, and we continue to take Canadians' right to access very seriously. In fact, we're making it easier for Canadians to access information by filing their requests online. And, Mr. Speaker, the government completed a record 43,000 access to information requests in 2011-2012, nearly double that of a decade ago. But the real important information here, Mr. Speaker, is that 1 million more Canadians are working today than during the recession.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria contributes more than any other organization to reducing the number of new infections in developing countries. Today, we are at a turning point, on the verge of being able to control these diseases. That is why the organization has called for efforts to provide funding. There are countries that have decided already to publicly indicate how much they're committing. Will Canada do the same?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that our development is focused and effective. Canadians expect accountability with that. That's why we've untied our food aid, and at the same time we've doubled our aid to Africa. Wow. Our contributions to the Global Fund to fight TB, AIDS and malaria are at unprecedented levels, and Mr. Speaker, Canada is paid up on all of its contributions to the funds that we have designated to. In fact, the Minister contributed an extra $20 million just last week.
Wow. The Honourable Member for Markham and Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm impressed. I didn't think the government...
Order. The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
I didn't think the government could come up with one action that would waste money, hurt the Canadian forces, and inflate the PM's ego all at once. The new Conservative blue paint job on the PM's plane means the forces can no longer use it for military operations. Will the Conservatives use some of their secret party money lying around the PMO to reimburse Canadian taxpayers for this wasted $50,000?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Game plan, Mr. Speaker. Well, as has been explained in this place very often, the Airbus had to go through routine maintenance. This repainting had to be part of the routine maintenance. It's a small proportion of the overall cost. And it's done, Mr. Speaker, with a view to promoting Canada, promoting Canada's interests abroad in our best traditions, as we've always done. We've spent 80% less on Challengers and transport for ministers than that party, Mr. Speaker. We'll take no lessons from the Liberals.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's widely known that Nigel Wright, prior to his removal from the Prime Minister's office, was really the one in charge of the CETA and the TPP trade files. We also know by Premier Dunderdale's statement that Nigel Wright, in meetings with her, tried to draw concessions out of the province on the fisheries. Mr. Speaker, who is in charge in the Prime Minister's office now of the trade files, and will the Prime Minister assure us that there will not be concessions on fisheries, on supply management and on drugs?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as usually the member has it all wrong. There's been no linkage between the Churchill Falls issue and our trade agreement. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the trade agreement with the European Union is going to produce significant benefits for Atlantic Canada. And that member should know that. He's from Malpeque, from Prince Edward Island. He should understand that there's going to be a very significant seafood and fish package that's going to be made available to fishers in the region. Mr. Speaker, it's expected that this agreement will add $12 billion to our GDP. It's expected to add 80,000 new jobs to our Canadian economy. That's...
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, in her report published yesterday, the Privacy Commissioner was clear Canada is lagging behind in terms of privacy matters. The Act is simply out of date because it was put in place before the existence of Internet fraud, cyberbullying, and identity theft, which are in the news these days. The NDP put forth Bill C-475, which is designed to modernize the Act. Why not support this kind of tangible solution? Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, clearly, the Commissioner, we thank the Commissioner for her report, and the government is committed to protecting the privacy of Canadians. That's why we put forth C-12, which improves guarantees for the protection of private information and which follows up on the recommendations from the committee. Mr. Speaker, we're going to take the time to carefully consider the report from the Commissioner, but I'd ask for the NDP to support Bill C-12, which clearly addresses all of the issues raised by the committee. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
Don't take the privacy of Canadians seriously. The Commissioner herself has raised concerns about C-12. To paraphrase the Privacy Commissioner, Conservatives are taking a soft approach when it comes to protecting Canadians' privacy online. The Commissioner made it clear the present lack of oversight for online snooping is putting Canadians' privacy at risk. When will this Conservative government agree that we need a tougher law, better oversight, and reporting mechanisms? When will the Conservatives start protecting Canadians' privacy online?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, we thank the Privacy Commissioner for her report, and we do indeed took measures to have tougher measures, and that is why we introduced Bill C-12, which improved privacy safeguards. And this is unfortunate that the opposition decided to play political games and needlessly delay this bill, Mr. Speaker. We seek the support from the opposition. Everything that is covered in this bill is in response about what was recommended by the committee. So I urge the opposition to support C-12 immediately.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is known around the world for its top-quality beef and pork. Unfortunately, despite several rulings of the World Trade Organization, the United States has failed to abandon its discriminatory country of origin labeling requirements, hurting industry and workers in both our countries. Can the Minister of International Trade please share with this House how our government is standing up for the beef and pork sector and hard-working Canadians who depend on it?
The Honourable Minister of Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Okanagan-Shuswap for his tireless efforts in standing up for our Canadian beef and pork producers. Today, our government is launching the next phase of our fight against discriminatory country of origin labeling rules. Our government, with the full support and active engagement of Canadian industry, has fought against unfair treatment since the very beginning. Canada's beef and pork exporters can count on our government to continue to stand up for their interests.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
The overwhelming clinical evidence is that safe injection sites like Insight save lives. Canada's highest court unanimously said that the Conservative government's efforts to shut down Insight broke the law. The Minister of Health, who has never bothered to set foot into Insight, decided to double down on her ideologically driven war on drugs, with rules that would make it harder for new centres to open. Why does the Minister continue to let ideology rather than evidence dictate healthcare policy in Canada?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that it is important that local voices be heard before decisions are made to put a supervised drug consumption site where illegal drugs are used in any neighbourhood. Yesterday, I was proud to announce that we have introduced the Respect for Communities Act, which makes certain local voices are heard. We don't think a supervised drug consumption site should be created in any residential neighbourhood without consultation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is sadly lagging behind other nations in its research funding as a percentage of GDP. And with productivity and research so directly related, how can the government make such drastic cuts to basic research and say with a conscience that it's focused on productivity? Why is the government not listening to the BC fruit growers and others in the agriculture sector about the need for federal investment in basic long-term research? What is the government's long-term planning process to fill critical research positions at the Summerland Research Station?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. I would like to identify that the department is committed to research, and as programs sunset, other priority areas such as innovation, markets, and competitiveness continue to be supported in our agricultural policy framework called Growing Forward 2. Mr. Speaker, Growing Forward 2 announces a $3 billion investment over 5 years in science and innovation, markets, and competitiveness. The department will continue to perform research in areas where it is needed and of higher risk, and the department will collaborate with its partners in industry and academia to leverage priority research. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Peace River.
Speaker, I wonder on what exact date did the Leader of the Opposition travel to Alberta to deliver his now infamous Dutch disease speech. I'm wondering if he can confirm that he personally approved of that text
And I wonder, did his chief of staff or principal secretary, Carl Belanger, pen any of those remarks? I wonder if the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of the Environment confirmed that our government will not set up a $21 billion taxpayer-funded super-secret slush fund that the NDP has so strongly advocated for.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Environment.
Reap what you sow. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Peace River for his Perry Mason-like, crisp, and focused questions. Mr. Speaker, our government's sector-by-sector regulatory approach has helped to virtually stop the growth of greenhouse gas emissions in this country, but instead of wanting to raise a $21 billion super-secret slush fund to increase the size of government on backs of Canadians, families, and industry, have no fear. Our economic action plan has helped to lower taxes and create over 1 million net new jobs since the depths of the recession, including over 54,000 new jobs for young Canadians in May alone.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, we learned this week that the Shawinigan Hospital is now grappling with pyrrhotite. The Conservatives will probably try to shirk their responsibilities, telling us that hospitals are a provincial jurisdiction, except that I would invite them to read the motion, the unanimous motion from the Quebec National Assembly calling for federal assistance on this matter. Victims of pyrite have been compensated by the federal government, so there's no reason why the victims of pyrrhotite wouldn't be compensated as well. Helping a population or people deal with the crisis is a federal responsibility. Will the government simply watch the hospital deteriorate so much that it simply has to shut down? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, problems with pyrrhotite is a provincial responsibility. The Quebec government launched a provincial program in 2011 to provide assistance to owners grappling with the damage caused by pyrrhotite. People who are concerned with this problem should contact the Quebec Société d'Habitation. The Honourable Member for Richmond-North-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are refusing to say how they used the secret $1 million fund, which was managed directly out of the Prime Minister's office. Was it used to reimburse Duffy's expenses, the irresponsible spending by former Minister Bev Oda, whose orange juice cost $16, or to refund the $45,000 in illegal contributions received by former Minister Panashwe? We can clearly ask ourselves if this fund is used to in an attempt to cover up scandals that are tarnishing the PM and his entourage. Will the minister be transparent and disclose how this fund has been used? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the bloc member missed a question period today. If he had been here, he would have heard that there is no secret fund. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is the leader of the Conservative Party. When he does Conservative partisan work, his expenses are paid by the Conservative Party. But don't tell that to the CBC because it's a secret. The Honourable Member for Richmond-North-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the government is continuing to use taxpayers' money to promote the Canada Job Grant, which doesn't exist and which was designed unilaterally by Ottawa without consulting Quebec. Two Quebec ministers have just written to the Minister of Human Resources to reiterate the National Assembly's unanimous position, stating that labour market training is Quebec's jurisdiction and must remain so. Will the government stop interfering and transfer in its entirety, with no strings attached, the funding Quebec is entitled to for labour market training?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we want to work with the provinces on these issues. It is difficult to find employees with the required skills.
Well, that concludes question period for today. Yesterday afternoon, following the question period, the honourable member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel rose in the House to request that I make available to all members correspondence I have received from the Chief Electoral Officer in relation to the election expenses of certain members. I explained to the member that the matter referred to is currently the subject of a question of privilege on which I will return to the House with a ruling. I also indicated to the member that, in any case, the letters he is seeking are available through Elections Canada and that he should contact that office to obtain copies.
Sometime later, the honourable member for Malbec rose in the House to restate the request made earlier by the member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel and asked the chair to reconsider, commenting on the chair and what he considers to be the chair's responsibilities. He argued, and I quote,
"That kind of content that refers to the ability of members to sit in this House of Commons is a letter to all of us. That letter should be tabled by the chair," unquote. Permettez-moi maintenant.
I wish to review for the House the role of the chair with regard to the tabling of any document.
Like ministers and parliamentary secretaries, generally tables documents in accordance with statutory requirements or the standing orders. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, at pages 435 and 436, lists the kinds of documents the Speaker is normally called on to table. Outside of the sorts of documents enumerated in O'Brien and Bosque, the Chair is not aware of any precedent or practice that would suggest that letters to the Speaker, even letters from an officer of Parliament, are de facto letters to the House, as has been suggested. The Chair does not know of any statutory or standing order authority that would lead to letters of this kind being tabled. The Canada Elections Act is explicit in prescribing what reports and documents the Speaker must table and when they must be tabled. As an example, earlier this week, on June 5th, pursuant to provisions of Section 536 of the Canada Elections Act, I tabled a report of the Chief Electoral Officer regarding the qualifications and process of appointment of returning officers. The Chair is mindful of its responsibilities to all members, that is, to the House as a whole, and to each member as an individual parliamentarian. Similarly, every exchange with an agent of Parliament is one that I take seriously, and this is perhaps especially true of the Chief Electoral Officer, who oversees the very processes by which Canadians elect us. It seems to me all the more important that our respective roles and responsibilities be understood and respected when we are dealing with difficult issues on which there is heated debate. In the case before us, I believe that the responsibility for putting into the public domain the correspondence initiated by the Chief Electoral Officer rests with the Chief Electoral Officer. This he has done and continues to do on an ongoing basis by making available for consultation in his office a wide range of documents that it is Elections Canada's practice to make public. I trust this clarifies the Chair's approach to the situation for all honourable members. And finally, let me say that I will return to the House as soon as I can with a ruling on the question of privilege raised by the honourable member for Avalon. And until I do so, I urge members to be judicious in their interventions and to avoid making erroneous assumptions. Je remercie la Chambre de Saint.
I thank the House for its attention.
Order. Order. That's not helpful. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 13 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports for committees. The honourable member for Oxford. Oxford? No? Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 60th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of this House. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 60th report later this day.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 60th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented in the House earlier this date be concurred in.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually stand today to deposit a petition on behalf of environmental activists just to protect Rouge River and the park surrounding it. It's a 100 square kilometre public land assembly surrounding the Rouge River and Duffins Creek watersheds in Toronto, Markham and Pickering. The publicly owned provincial, federal and municipal land is predominantly designated Provincial Greenbelt Natural Heritage System. It's also the home to the endangered mixed woodlands and Carolinian forests and is home to 1/3 of Canada's endangered species and also home to the ancestral home of the Mississauga, Huron, Wendat and Seneca First Nations and their sacred burial and village sites. The petitioners are asking the Government of Canada to protect the irreplaceable 100 square kilometres of public land assembly within a healthy and sustainable Rouge National Park. Ensure that the Rouge National Park strengthens and implements the ecological visions, policies and integrity of the approved Rouge Park plans, the Provincial Greenbelt Plan, the Rouge Natural Heritage Action Plan and the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan. And the petitioners are also asking to protect and restore the 600-metre wide wooded main ecological corridor linking Lake Ontario to the Oak Ridges Moraine in the Rouge National Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a few petitions here. Over 400 signatures from Victoria, Abbotsford, Vancouver, Langley, Ottawa, and actually in Manitoba on the establishing Department of Peace. Petitioners call upon Parliament to establish a Department of Peace headed by a Minister of Peace as a senior cabinet position, and that this department will reinvigorate Canada's role as a global peace builder and work towards developing a culture of peace and nonviolent resolution of conflicts as a top priority. The second set, Mr. Speaker, is over 600 names from British Columbia that are calling upon the House of Commons Parliament to work with the provinces to ensure that the federal and provincial laws are constructed and enforced that will ensure that those responsible for abusing, neglecting, torturing, or otherwise harming animals are held appropriately accountable. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, is in regard to Bill C-257, close to 100 signatures from Alberta that call upon Parliament to enact C-257 to require mandatory labeling of all food in which the presence of genetically modified ingredients can be detected. And the last one, Mr. Speaker, are over 100 names in support of my bill C-322, mainly from Calgary, Alberta, which call upon Parliament to amend the Health of Animals Act and the Meat Inspection Act, thus prohibiting the importation or exportation of horses for slaughter for human consumption, as well as horse meat products for human consumption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition signed by British Columbians, mostly from Vancouver, who draw attention to the fact that ultrasounds are being used in Canada to tell the sex of an unborn child so that expecting parents can choose to terminate the pregnancy if the unborn child is a girl. So they're calling upon Parliament to condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg North.
It's with pleasure I actually provide a petition that was provided to me by a group of young people with a very strong social conscience, asking and stating that they are dismayed to learn of the harsh and degrading conditions under which many people work at extracting resources in other parts of the world. In particular, they have become aware of dangerous working conditions, low wages, near slavery of many, leading the above-named minerals to be called conflict minerals in particular, Mr. Speaker. So it's great to be able to table this petition that was spearheaded by a great group of young people from a school in Winnipeg's North End. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions.
Presentations of petitions. The honourable member for Alfred-Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to table a petition with regard to the funding for development and peace. It's a group of citizens in my ridings and 2 parishes who got together. A couple of hundred people signed this petition as an act of international solidarity to restore funding of $49.9 million over 5 years for the group Development and Peace. The member for Marcorel-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a series of petitions on employment insurance. These people want the EI system be reformed to help the people who actually need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, two different ones, in fact, here. The very first one is from a number of people in my riding and outside as well. But they're asking, in view of the cluster munitions bill that's coming up before the Senate, Bill S-10, reminding us that cluster munitions cause great harm to civilians at the time of their use. And in view of the fact that the majority of our NATO allies actually signed the Convention of Cluster Munition, or Banning Munitions, they want for an amendment of S-10 to close the loopholes and make it clear that no Canadian should ever be involved in the use of cluster munitions at any time, anywhere, for any reason, at any time. They also ask for a mention of the positive obligations Canada has assumed by signing the Convention on Cluster Munitions in Bill S-10. The second petition I have is a very important one as well. And these petitioners are asking the fact that, in view of the fact that we have equal protection and equal benefit of law in Canada, reminding us that at birth or before birth, baby girls are sometimes targeted by sex-selective abortion, that being an affront to dignity and equality of women and girls. And because sex-selective abortions have denied millions of girls in Canada and throughout the world the chance to be born merely because they're girls, they call upon the House to condemn that discrimination against girls through sex-selective abortion and do all it can to prevent sex-selective abortions from being carried out in this country.
Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to represent the most diverse part of all of Canada, and I'd like to present a petition today that's signed by many residents of Burnaby, New Westminster, and also other communities in the Lower Mainland, diverse origins, on the issue of remittances. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore the work of HoC Canada in this regard. As you may know, for many Canadians, new Canadian families, the remittance cost could be up to 25% of what they send overseas to their country of origin and to families and friends in that country of origin. So what I am doing today is tabling a petition signed by many of my constituents who call on the Government of Canada to take action and to cap remittance fees to only 5% of the overall remittance that is sent abroad. Mr. Speaker, this is a way of ensuring that new Canadians, new Canadian families and ridings like mine can send remittances overseas without being gouged and charged unfairly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q1321. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q1318 and Q1320 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
This is the pledge of the House that question number 1318 and 1320 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period, I was asked a question about the Global Fund, and I responded about the contributions that Canada has made. Erroneously, I made the statement that the Minister of International Cooperation had given an extra $20 million just last week. Indeed, the money was contributed, but it was May the 13th that it was contributed. I think it's just that we've been sitting so many hours, it felt like last week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see. The Chair also has notice of the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake would like to make a contribution to the question of privilege currently before the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to respond to Wednesday's question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Avalon. The Honourable Member argues that subsection 463(2) of the Canada Elections Act should apply to me as a consequence of a request made under subsection 457(2) of the Act. As the Government House Leader said Wednesday, this issue is effectively a question of accounting interpretation. Some reports have erroneously speculated that the contentious issue between my 2011 campaign and Elections Canada is in relation to transfers between the Selkirk Interlake Conservative Electoral District Association and my campaign. I can tell you that this is not accurate. Elections Canada is in receipt of all documentation relating to these transfers. These transfers include election costs incurred by our campaign, but paid for by the association and reimbursed by the campaign. These costs include sign inventory, telephone bills and installation, office rent, new signs, website, and office equipment. My campaign has complied with the Canada Elections Act. My campaign has been straightforward with Elections Canada and has worked in good faith. All of my documents have been filed in a timely manner, and appropriate amendments were made in accordance with the rules laid out by the Act. This is an accounting dispute between the campaign and Elections Canada regarding the value of certain used highway signs that were originally installed several years ago. Elections Canada approved my campaign returns for the 2006 and 2000 elections, but have now changed their interpretation and are contradicting their own ruling, which is not consistent with the Act's provisions. The Canada Elections Act provides me with the legal ability to challenge Elections Canada. I will be exercising my right to be heard by a court of law. My campaign will be challenging Elections Canada's new interpretation and looks forward to having our return properly adjudicated in a court of law. As such, I brought an application in Manitoba's Court of Queen's Bench under Section 459 of the Act. That application was filed on May 23, 2013 in Selkirk, Manitoba. I look forward to receiving a judicial ruling on my campaign return, which will ultimately provide direction to Elections Canada and my campaign to resolve our impasse. Paragraph 459(1)(a) of the Act provides that a judge may make, and I quote, an order relieving the candidate or official agent from complying with the request referred to in subsection 457(2), end quote. Should the court grant my application under section 459, it dispenses with the requirement of section 457(2). In other words, it would be as if there never was any condition precedent triggering subsection 463(2) of the Act. It is my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that you have adopted the, and in my view, clearly correct position that the bringing of proceedings under section 459 acts as a stay on subsection 463(2). Page 307 of House of Commons Procedures and Practice, second edition, describes the Speaker's role, and I quote, to act as the guardian of the rights and privileges of members and of the House as an institution, end quote. I believe your position on section 459 upholds the rights of members under the Canada Elections Act and as members of this House. In any event, sir, you would not be alone in that interpretation of the effect of section 459. In the Chief Electoral Officer's May 23rd letter to you, a document which is circulating in the public domain through the media, Mark Moran appears to agree that an application under section 459 has that material impact, namely that subsection 463(2) is put into abeyance pending the resolution of a court challenge. In the 5th and 6th paragraphs of this letter, Mr. Moran says, and I quote, a person who has received a request under subsection 457(2) may make an application to court seeking relief from the requirements to make the correction. However, to my knowledge, no application has been made in this case. In the event that the corrected returns or an application to a court is subsequently filed, I will advise you accordingly, end quote. Later, on May 27th, Stéphane Perreault, the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, wrote to you. My counsel was copied on the letter, so I have a copy. I'm hesitant to quote from private correspondence, but I think it is important to making my case. In the last paragraph of the first page, Mr. Perreault said, and I quote, the purpose of the letter, and Mr. Speaker, this is the letter from May 23rd, I just quoted it earlier, was to provide you, as the Speaker of the House of Commons, the information that would assist you in taking whatever action or position you believe to be appropriate in the circumstances. This includes whether it should be appropriate for myself to continue to sit pending the outcome of an application under Section 459, should one be filed. To date, we have not received notice of such an application, end quote. When I say myself, I mean me as the member of Selkirk Interleague. Of course, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, my application was filed on May the 23rd. The filing of my application was finally confirmed to you by the Chief Electoral Officer in his letter to you dated May the 30th. My application is now before the courts, so I would respectfully submit that the sub judice convention should be respected. Citation 505 of Beauchamp's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, advises that, and I quote, the purpose of this sub judice convention is to protect the parties in a case awaiting or undergoing trial and persons who stand to be affected by the outcome of a judicial inquiry. It is a voluntary restraint imposed by the House upon itself in the interest of justice and fair play." End quote. O'Brien and Boss, at page 100, comments on the sub judice convention in the context of questions of privilege. Quote, "The sub judice convention is important in the conduct of business in the House. It protects the rights of interested parties before the courts and preserves and maintains a separation and mutual respect between the legislature and the judiciary." End quote. Meanwhile, Erskine May 24th edition at page 441 succinctly lays out the following proposition. Quote, "Subject to the discretion of the chair and to the right of the House to legislate on any matters or discuss any matters of delegated legislation, matters awaiting the adjudication of a court of law should not be brought forward for debate." End quote. Your own ruling on March the 27th, 2013, at pages 15292 and 15293 of the debates describes a very clear parallel to my circumstances today. You said, and I quote, "As Speaker, I must endeavour to find a balance between the right of the House to debate the matter and the effect that this debate might have. This is particularly important given that the purpose of the sub judice convention is to ensure that judicial decisions can be made free of undue influence." End quote. Later in your ruling, sir, you concluded that, and I quote, "The fact remains at the heart of this question of privilege is still before the courts, which have yet to make a finding. I believe that it would be prudent for the House to use caution in taking steps that could result in an investigatory process that would, in many ways, run parallel to the court proceedings, particularly given that the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada is already a party to the court proceedings and would be a central figure in any consideration the House might give this matter." End quote. Like the Honourable Attorney General in the case from 3 months ago, I am clearly a party to these court proceedings, and I have a very clear interest in their outcome, an interest which, Mr. Speaker, is of proportionally greater personal significance to me than the Attorney General's in that case. In this instance, through any finding of a prima facie case of privilege would not only amount to a parallel proceeding, but also interfere with the outcome of my court application. A decision by this House clearly would prejudice my interest in court, which prompts me to reference the sub judice convention. The torqued rhetoric previewed from some members in this chamber and outside crosses the line on two fronts. I think it violates my privileges as a duly elected member of Parliament for Selkirk-Interlake, and it jeopardizes my rights guaranteed under the Constitution to a fair court process. The opposition parties will always say they respect the law, stand up for the Constitution, and cry foul whenever they think their parliamentary privileges have been violated. But they never think, not for a minute, about throwing all that out the window for partisan purposes when they try to deny me my basic rights and compromise my due process in court. Let me be very clear. I have not broken any law. I believe I'm in compliance with the Canada Elections Act. Mr. Speaker, my election as Member of Parliament was confirmed by the returning officer and the Chief Electoral Officer. The return of the writ is not in dispute. What is in dispute is the accounting method that should be applied to used highway signs, and that matter is before the court. This dispute does not change the fact that I have been returned as the Member of Parliament for Selkirk-Interlake. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully submit that the Chair can dispose of this issue both on the grounds of the role in Section 459 of the Canada Elections Act plays, an interpretation apparently shared by the Chief Electoral Officer, an Officer of Parliament, and his deputy, and also under the sub judice convention. Therefore, I would urge you to reject the baseless and cynical question of privilege claimed by the honourable member from Avalon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I understand the honourable member for St. Boniface also wishes to contribute.
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. I am also going to rise to respond to the question of privilege from the honourable member for Avalon. Having heard the arguments of the honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake, I'll simply set out the relevant facts in my own circumstances, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the procedural arguments advanced by my honourable friend. They would also apply to my own circumstances, so I would associate myself with them. Mr. Speaker, all available information has been provided to Elections Canada by me and by my campaign. Ultimately, the issue in dispute is simply a disagreement between my campaign and Elections Canada as to interpretations applicable to certain expenditures. In the interest of maintaining my legal position, I, too, brought an application in the Court of Queen's Bench of Manitoba under Section 459 of the Canada Elections Act. My application was filed on May 24th of 2013. For the same reasons argued by the Honourable Member for Selkirk-Interlake, it is my view, Mr. Speaker, that bringing proceedings under Section 459 of the Act puts subsection 463, sub 2, into abeyance pending the Court's disposition of my application. The Chief Electoral Officer sent you a notice similar to that which he provided you respecting my caucus colleague. The filing of my May 24th application was confirmed by the Chief Electoral Officer in a May 30th letter addressed to you. Like the Honourable Member for Selkirk-Interlake, I believe I am in compliance with the Canada Elections Act. I did not break the law. For the House to be called upon to debate and decide upon a motion in this matter, which is what the Honourable Member for Avalon is seeking through his question of privilege, would undoubtedly prejudice my interests in the currently pending court proceedings. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit that clear grounds to dismiss this question of privilege are before you. Firstly, the impact of Section 459 of the Canada Elections Act is very clear, and this is, as we just heard, an interpretation which is apparently shared by the Chief Electoral Officer. And secondly, the sub judice convention is an equally compelling reason to reach such a decision. Therefore, I would urge you, Mr. Speaker, to reject the question of privilege put forth by the Honourable Member for Avalon. And I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for hearing my intervention.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, if I may. When we first raised this issue in the House, the government House Leader said that the suspension was too harsh in this case. However, he forgets that the said suspension was what the House of Commons wanted when it passed the provision of the Elections Canada Act. It's Parliament that passed the Act, not Elections Canada, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, suspension is designed to pressure the MP in question into obeying the order of the Chief Electoral Officer, who has no other way of making a candidate provide the information required by the Act. Suspension is not a sentence to be appealed to a higher court, as the government House Leader has suggested. It is a way of saying you're suspended until you provide the corrected information ordered. The two MPs should have gone to court earlier to settle their disagreement with Elections Canada. Further, it seems we're currently treating this matter as if the MPs had been charged with an offence and the Chair has to wait until their appeal are exhausted before dealing with them in the House. Mr. Speaker, they have not been charged with any offence. They are being pushed to provide the correct documentation as demanded by law and should suffer the appropriate consequences as outlined in the law that was passed by Parliament. Also, I would argue that these members have been sitting and voting in this House for several days now without the right. Indeed, they should have been prevented from doing so the moment the House received notification from Elections Canada of their infractions. This then requires not only for their immediate suspension, but that their names should be struck from the record of all votes in this House since the time of notification. That includes 47 votes so far. I would refer you to Bornett, 4th edition, page 390. If it should be decided that a member has no right to sit or vote in the House, the votes he may have given during that period of his disqualification will be struck off the journals. The argument put forward by the government House Leader for avoiding immediate suspension is that the members have appealed to the federal court. I'd like to respond to that by a specific argument. Through Speaker Lamoureux's decision in 1966 dealt specifically with this issue. He quickly put this argument to rest, referencing page 60 on May 17th edition, saying, quote, that one of the privileges of Parliament is for each House to be the sole judge of the lawfulness or the legality of its own proceedings, and that, quote, this holds even where the procedure of a House or the right of its members of the officers to take part in its proceedings dependent on the statute. Speaker Lamoureux went on to reference a ruling by Justice Stephan in the Bredel case, which defined the relation between the jurisdiction of the courts and that of the House of Commons. Justice Stephan's ruling stated that, quote, I think that the House of Commons is not subject to the control of Her Majesty's Court in the administration of that part of the statute law which has relation to its own internal proceedings. It seems to follow that the House of Commons has the exclusive power of interpreting the statute, so far as the regulation of its own proceedings within its own walls is concerned. After, further, Mr. Speaker, quote, for the purpose of determining on the right to be exercised within the House itself, and in particular the right of sitting and voting, the House and the House alone could interpret the statute. And so with this, I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to your ruling. It's also been further requested that if it is possible to ask for the letters that were referenced, or a copy of the letters that were referenced in the previous statements from members.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your indulgence, the NDP would continue to like to have another day on this and to present on Monday. I think it's very important to recognize that there is some legal complexity here and that the automatic operation of Section 463(2) is not as straightforward as being made out. And we do have to look back at what happened with the Elections Act in 1966, Section 63 of the Act then, and make sure that there's the same parallel that is being asserted, and we just haven't had the time to do that adequately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I wish to respond just very briefly to the intervention by the member for Winnipeg North. The fact is there is a very simple path that is set out by the Elections Canada folks on how this matter could be dealt with. One option is for the members in question to submit returns that comply with the Elections Canada interpretation. The other option was to file an application with the courts. Failing either of those actions, the third subsequent event would be suspension from this House. We've heard from both of the members in question that such an application has filed, one of the two alternatives which would be sufficient to stay the suspension mechanism in the Act. And as such, I think it's a very simple question. I think it's obvious that having satisfied one of those two conditions, that of making an application to get the proper interpretation, the suspension should not be in effect. To rule otherwise would be to say that members in circumstances such as theirs really only have one option, and that is to accept the interpretation of Elections Canada, that they would be barred from resolving it through an application to the courts, and certainly that would be seen by all of us as a failure of natural justice, an inordinate power upon Elections Canada that was never intended by the Act and never intended by any of us, and certainly should not be created through the ruling of you, Mr. Speaker. So I think the question is a very simple one, and the condition has been satisfied, and as a result, the suspension should not take effect. Thank you.
I thank honourable members for their further contribution, and of course look forward to the intervention from the honourable member for Toronto Danforth. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-60, Act Number 1, Economic Action Plan 2013, and on a reasoned amendment.
Resuming debate, may please do débat. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to share my time with the member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Like to focus on two main items. The first is the contention we hear all the time from the government that Canada is doing relatively well. Well, it's quite easy to be doing relatively well compared with the Eurozone, for example, which is in recession. But I would acknowledge that relative to many countries, Canada is doing
Since the member is in the first round of debate on this bill, splitting his time requires unanimous consent from the House. Does the member have unanimous consent to split his time? Agreed. Resuming debate.
10 minutes. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start with a little bit of a history lesson. To the extent that Canada is doing relatively well, it has nothing to do with this government and everything to do with the previous Liberal governments. You laugh, but it happens to be true, and let me just explain it. One reason Canada is doing well is because our fiscal house is in order. A second reason Canada is doing well is because we didn't deregulate our banks, as the Americans and British did. And a third reason we're doing relatively well is because of our strong resource sector. Now, I don't think the Conservative Party of Canada can say that they put all the oil and the minerals in the ground. Neither can the Liberal Party, neither can the NDP. That is what you might call an act of God, so no political party can claim credit for that. But the other two items, putting the fiscal house in order and keeping strong regulation of banks, were both achieved by the Liberals in the 1990s. And if you think back to 1993, you might remember that Canada had a deficit of $43 billion, which was inherited by the new Liberal government, and there was a state of fiscal crisis in the air. There was the idea that Canada was becoming an honorary third world country. The IMF would have to come in and clean up the mess. And so that's why the Chrétien government and Paul Martin, as finance minister, acted swiftly to eliminate that deficit in a period of about 2 years, and then proceeded to pay down debt for close to 10 years. So whereas at the beginning, in 1993, we were the basket case of the G7, fiscally speaking, by the end, and by the time the Conservatives came to power, we had the strongest record of the G7, and it was thanks to those actions taken by the Liberal government. Now, the Conservatives like to criticize the Liberal government for cutting so much so quickly, but if they think back to the time, they will remember that the Reform Party of the day was telling the Liberals to cut more, not to cut less. So that's point number one, Mr. Speaker. Point number two is to do with banking. Partly the reason why the Americans and the British got into such trouble is that they went down this path of deregulating their banks, or allowing their banks to regulate themselves, whereas in Canada we did not do that. And so our banks remained more conservatively managed as a consequence. The other thing is that the federal government of the day said no to the proposed bank mergers. And even though I worked for Royal Bank at that time, I became convinced after the financial crisis that that was certainly the right decision, because otherwise the banks would have become bigger, more international, more like the big American and British banks. Donc, il y a trois raisons pour...
So there are three reasons then why Canada is doing relatively well. First of all, we balanced the books, reduced the debt to GDP ratio, and refused to allow banks to regulate themselves. And our resource sector is quite strong.
Canada is doing relatively well. They should add the sentence, thanks to previous Liberal governments. That would be my humble submission or suggestion to the government, which I understand is likely to fall on deaf ears. The next section of my comments is about the government's budgetary management, which I would contend has not been good. And there are several points on this. First of all, they're assuming that the growth rate next year just jumps right back up to 2.5% from its much lower level today. Now, I can't blame totally the government for this, because admittedly those are private sector forecasts, and private sector econometric models typically do project growth rates jumping back up. But this seems to be a recession unlike others, where I think we might get into trouble if we simply assume growth rates jump back up, and that helps to reduce the deficit. So I think that's a risk out there for this government. Secondly, they haven't done their prudence very well. I remember back in the 90s when I was at the Royal Bank having a meeting with Paul Martin and other economists about how we should deal with this prudence. And I remember suggesting a very scientific idea, 1, 2, 3, 4. prudence of $1 billion in year 1, $2 billion in year 2, $3 billion in year 3, $4 billion in year 4. I don't know if they did exactly that, but the idea is that the further out into the future you get, the more risky and the less certain things are. So you should have the amount of prudence in the budget going up over time into the future. And this government just keeps it flat. So I think that displays a lack of fiscal prudence. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Catching tax cheaters. I think they're making a hugely overly optimistic assumption that they'll get $500 million in taxes next year that should have been paid but were not being paid, while at the same time they're cutting the staff and the budget of CRA. I don't think that makes any sense whatsoever. I think it's wrong for them to boast about their multiple billion 10-year infrastructure program when nothing significant happens until several years out. It's very much back-end loaded. And in fact, in the near term, they actually cut the amount that is devoted to infrastructure. And the final point I would make is that they've simply lost $3.1 billion. It's disappeared. Money that was to have been spent on anti-terrorist activities. The Auditor General says the information does not exist to find it. I don't understand that. I'm going to be meeting with the Auditor General's office later today, and I hope to understand better how it is possible to lose track of, disappear the $3.1 billion. So this is a government that prides itself on its fiscal management. How can one be proud of one's fiscal management if one loses track of $3.1 billion? So I would argue that this has been a government characterized by sloppy fiscal management, inadequate prudence, and other matters that do not add up to a prudent management of the budget. And the last point I'd make, Mr. Speaker, do I have about a minute? 2. Is this business about jobs without people and people without jobs? That is a really important issue, and attention should be directed to it. But what the government has done is a total sham, because they're not putting one more penny into it. Right now, the government transfers $2.5 billion per year to the provinces for training. It appears they're going to take that money back, or some of it, and then require the provinces to put up more money, and companies. Now, how's that going to work? Often the provincial governments are in a worse deficit situation than the federal government. And I know, for example, the government of Ontario is very concerned that the federal government will take away money that Ontario uses to train very disadvantaged people and then use it for other purposes, so that the training for those disadvantaged people who are probably not in the Conservative core will simply disappear, because the Ontario government's fiscal position is certainly less strong than that of this government. And so in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, je pense que ce que j'ai dit, c'est assez simple.
I think I have been clear in my remarks. When the government says that Canada has done relatively well, they should add to that thanks to the action of the previous Liberal government. And secondly, I think that their budget management has not been effective. And thirdly,
for training, there's actually no money. The thing is a sham. It's not even clear if it will get off its feet. A number of provinces have already said they have no interest in participating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always interesting to look at history when you're looking at it in hindsight from the perspective of this member. You know, the employees don't say thank you to the previous Liberal government, because that government stole $52 billion out of the EI fund to pay down the debt. They took $25 billion in transfer payments in health care and education from the provinces to pay down that debt, and so they put it onto the backs of the provinces. However, the employees of today are saying thank you to our government for jobs, for growth, for long-term prosperity. Today, we heard that a net 1 million new jobs have been created in this country since the worst of the downturn. And I wonder if that member would like to speak to how that has been generated in these last few years under this government.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member should understand when she complains about us cutting transfers to the provinces. Yes, we did, but we also cut federal government spending in a proportional way. And she should remember that her colleagues in those days didn't say cut less, they said to us cut more. The Reform Party of the day said you're not cutting enough, Liberals. And that in fact made it politically easier for us to do. But she should not rewrite history. She should understand that her own colleagues of the day were telling us to cut more and not to cut less.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for those remarks. I'd like to draw my colleague's attention to a specific aspect of the bill, cooperatives as such. We know that the government made a decision to treat cooperatives like large banks without consideration for the very different structure of cooperatives. I'd like my colleague to comment on that.
For Markham Unionville.
Merci, et je suis tout à fait d'accord avec.
Thank you, and I agree fully with the comments made by my colleague. I won't say much because my colleague will, I believe, address those issues in his remarks in a few moments.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Liberal colleague, because I think he ran out of time, and towards the end he was mentioning the fact that this training credit is not going to be available. We're seeing a whole bunch of money that's being spent by the present government on these economic action plan ads, and it says the new training credit is now available subject to parliamentary approval. So if this bill does pass in the next couple of days or so, will Canadians get those training credits available to them? Can you comment on that?
The honourable member for Markham.
Well, thank you for that question. And there's two barriers to this program. One is passing through Parliament, and I'm sure it will do that. But the second is whether the provinces will agree and whether they will be able to get agreements with the provinces and whether it will ever happen. So even if the law passes, there's no guarantee that the provinces will agree and that therefore it still may never happen, even when it is the law. And so that is why I think it's totally inappropriate to advertise a program in these advertisements which may never come to pass.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Une courte question.
A short question. The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to get a longer response from my colleague. And I'd like to go back to organizations like CBC. The Conservative government will be interfering in negotiations at the same time as this organization receives its funding from the government. Is that not unhelpful interference on the part of the government? The honourable member for Markham Unionville. I think that the member has chosen the second topic that will be raised by my colleague. It's not appropriate. Historically, corporations like Via Rail, CBC, and so on have had independence from the government. They've been independent. And to see the government sending a Treasury Board official into negotiations is much too interventionist.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député d'Ottawa-Vanier.
Honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Markham Unionville for agreeing to split his time with me. I would say to the member for Louis-Hébert that I will be raising the issue of credit unions, addressing that, and covering a number of issues. And I'll start with credit credit unions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could you tell me when I've reached a midpoint in my remarks? I would appreciate that.
This is rather troubling in the sense that we have a very adequate system where credit unions have been able to offer services in communities where sometimes the banks don't go because the profit margins are not sufficient for the banks in small towns throughout this country. And yet they're going to be suffering a rather dramatic setback because of of Bill C-60 and its implementation, Mr. Speaker. And when I asked this, why the government had chosen to do this, to the minister, or to the government, the Minister of Finance and others have suggested that it's because the credit unions were now sufficiently large to be able to compete, and that the banks had to be, they didn't quite say this, the banks had to be protected, but it was almost insinuated in the responses. Well, I need to provide some information about the relative comparison of the banks versus credit unions, Mr. Speaker. The top 5 banks in this country in 2012 numbers have dramatically different size of assets than the credit unions. The Royal Bank in 2012 had $455 billion of assets under management. The TD, 429, the Scotia, 347, the CIBC, 327, and the BMO, $278 billion. The largest credit union, Mr. Speaker, Van City, had $17 billion. And I keep going back to the smallest one, which had its First West, also in BC, at $5.9 billion, the other 3 being Coast Capital at 12.6, Service at 12.2, that's in Alberta, and finally Meridian in Ontario at 8.8. So, Mr. Speaker, and these numbers have been provided to all parliamentarians, I believe. If not, I'm quite prepared to share them with them from the Credit Union Central of Canada, based on publicly available numbers. So, the largest credit union, Van City, is 16 times smaller than the 5th largest bank, BMO. So, to be able to say that the two that we have to change the rules to allow for even competition is ludicrous, Mr. Speaker, because also the corporate structure of the two are totally different. For credit unions, because of their cooperative structure, they cannot issue share capital. They have basically, therefore, to accumulate capital through retained earnings, whereas the banks can issue share capital as they do on a fairly regular basis. And therefore, 40 years ago, governments accepted that to enable the credit unions to basically function properly and build up capital, they would be treated as small businesses, and the tax rate of small businesses would apply to them. And I found it rather ironic during question period when one of my colleagues asked the Minister of Health a question about a bill that was introduced yesterday about the need for communities' voices to be heard. Well, the government introduced this change of taxation of credit unions without any consultation whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, last summer, we had 5 days of hearings as a specially constituted committee of the House, unanimously agreed to as per a motion that I put forward. And we heard from the government, and we heard from the credit unions, we heard from the banks, and nobody at any time suggested that that should be done or that hinted that it might be happening. So much for consultation. Only when it suits the government, would it seem, Mr. Speaker, will they consult. So to be able to do what they've done and not consult and try to propose that it's to allow for a level playing field is just absolutely not accurate. And the consequence of this is that $200 million, which is basically the taxation, the increased taxation that will be applied to the credit unions over the next 5 years, will be that much money less available for small businesses in these communities, for community economic development. Mr. Speaker, and this goes quite totally against the grain of what the government is trying to say in its budget. They say they want to welcome competition, especially in the banking sector and the financial sector, and by introducing this measure, they've actually reduced the competition and the ability of the small institutions, the largest being 16 times smaller than the smallest of the big fives, to be able to compete. So, Mr. Speaker, we just don't understand what has driven the government to do this, and whether it's the banks trying to ask that they don't need competition whatsoever. If that's the case, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian consumers, especially rural Canadians, will actually be negatively affected by this measure, and that's certainly why I intend to vote. And I suspect most people on this side, one of the reasons why we will vote against this measure. La deuxième question, Monsieur le Président,
The second issue, Mr. Speaker, is the one of Crown corporations, Section 17 of Bill C-60, where the government essentially gives itself the authority to interfere in Crown corporations. And it's incredible, Mr. Speaker, for the government to want to do that. It's a blatant disrespect of the governance structure. All Crown corporations have a board, a head office, appointed most often by the government. But it's the way the government is delegating its authority to manage Crown corporations. I'd like to read the sections that we have before us, Mr. Speaker. They are amendments to legislation, and the first thing I'd like to read, Mr. Speaker, is the subsection 2, where they say that the Treasury Board can impose on the Crown Corporation through decree by ministers, Mr. Speaker, requirements with respect to negotiations. They are entitled to be present during negotiations, but what's worse, because here we're talking about collective bargaining, unionized employees, but there's also a clause, Mr. Speaker, 89.91, where it states that the Governor and Council, by decree, can order a Crown Corporation to be required to obtain approval of Treasury Board before determining employment criteria for employees who are not appointed by the Governor and Council. So the government has given itself the right to overstep the board and to interfere directly in this Crown Corporation. So from the outset, that is far too much, Mr. Speaker, and it's inappropriate for any Crown Corporation. But where they go even farther than what should be allowed in a democratic society is with respect to CBC.
So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have to wake up, because what we're dealing with here is a measure which will undermine the democratic capacity of a society. Let me read from the Canadian Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Section 1 says, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights and freedoms contained therein. They cannot be restricted by means other than a reasonable law, and whose justification can be demonstrated in a free and democratic society. Part 2 deals with basic freedoms. It says, freedom of thought, freedom of belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other means of communication. So the government of Canada, this government, wants to give itself the right to interfere with a Crown corporation, a public communications and media corporation. Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope this bill will be litigated if it is passed, which we expect, because they have a majority in both chambers. We certainly hope this matter will be brought before the courts of Canada, because if it passes, we are going down more than a slippery slope. We are going to start undermining democracy and freedom of the press. The government wants to give itself the right to interfere with a Crown corporation responsible with communicating with Canadians. This is unprecedented, and we hope it never happens again.
Before we go to questions and comments, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to advise that agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill S-17 and Act to Implement Conventions, Protocols, Agreements, and a supplementary convention concluded between Canada and Namibia, Serbia, Poland, Hong Kong, Luxembourg, and Switzerland for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that the Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of the proceedings at the said stage.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Pierre.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. In its 2013 budget, the Conservative government slipped in hidden taxes which will cost taxpayers a lot. The closing of the Saint-Eustache Hospital will have to bring about new fees, and it's an example of that. The Conservatives are targeting families going to this hospital. So the government is penalizing Canadian families. Can my colleague from the Liberal Party please comment? The Honourable Member? Yes, I will gladly speak to that matter. I have the same problem in my riding. I have the Montfort Hospital, which is fairly well known. In fact, the Conservative government of Ontario tried to shut down that hospital. The French community rose up and helped to get more funding and improve the hospital, but people who go to the hospital have to pay a hidden tax. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that I understand that governments need sources of revenue, but the problem is the lack of transparency and honesty with Canadians. They even lost one of their own members this week. He decided to quit the party because of a lack of transparency. When a government should be honest and tell taxpayers, we have to increase our revenues and this is how we're going to do it. Few people want to pay higher taxes, but let the government be honest and tell us what it does, because these things are contained in its budget.
L'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. When he talked about co-ops, he talked about the size of co-ops, their scope, and how much they make. But there's another angle which is important, and this is especially true with regard to credit unions. Credit unions are based on a certain model. It's not the federations which do the transactions, but increased fees will befall not to the federations but to the smaller individual credit unions, and they are going to have to deal with extra paperwork. So what does my colleague think about this situation? The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. My colleague is right. Earlier I talked about credit unions, but what I said also applies to the Caisse Populaire in Quebec. I'm not talking about the Mouvement Desjardins, but I am a member of a credit union. It's a small one, and my small credit union will have to pay more taxes. It was never consulted on this by anyone. The credit union learned about this in the newspapers because the government really doesn't care about how people would react. The problem is that these credit unions, perhaps not the one I'm a member of because I'm located in a bigger city, but there are many small towns in Quebec and northern, eastern Ontario, across the country, where it's the only financial institution. So I wouldn't be surprised that some of these small credit unions, because of this increase in taxes, will have to close their doors. So what might end up is small towns and villages will have no more financial services. Why? Because the government unilaterally decided it wanted to increase its revenues. It hid the decision it made. It did so in a hypocritical manner. Mr. Speaker, I have to use that word because they didn't have the decency to consult people. They said it would simply be to even the playing field between credit unions and banks. That's ridiculous. Credit unions and Caisse Populaire really are not in the same league as banks. They don't have the same ability to increase their capital. In fact, if they want to do so, they have to maximize their own profits. But if you're going to tax those profits, credit unions and Caisse Populaire will not be able to help their communities anymore as they do now, or at least they'll be less able to do so if they survive. And certainly this government is not helping the co-op movement in Canada. Quite the contrary, these communities are going to rally behind their credit unions and their Caisse Populaire.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation. I would advise the Parliamentary Secretary she'll only have about 6 minutes, maybe 7.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in the House today on behalf of the wonderful residents of Newmarket, Aurora, to speak on Economic Action Plan 2013. This is an excellent plan that supports my constituents by its focus on the issues that are important to them. Mr. Speaker, each spring I have an MP booth at 3 very popular community events in my riding: the Newmarket Home Show, the Aurora Home Show that take place in April, and the Aurora Street Festival, which is held the first weekend in June. These events combined attract over 30,000 people, so I have the opportunity to speak with an incredible number of residents and businesses from all walks of life on the issues of the day. I can report to you today from those thousands of discussions, the most top-of-mind issues for my constituents are jobs, the economy, and taxes. These are exactly the issues that Economic Action Plan 2013 addresses. People in my riding cannot wait for the measures it contains to be passed and work through the system so that they can start to benefit. Let me mention just a few of these initiatives, like extending for 2 years the temporary accelerated capital cost allowance for new investments in machinery and equipment by Canadian manufacturers. I am very pleased to see this initiative continue for Newmarket and Aurora businesses to help them grow and create jobs. Indexing gas tax fund payments to better support job-creating infrastructure in municipalities across Canada. This builds on our government's previous work to assist municipalities with their infrastructure requirements. Under the leadership of this Prime Minister, we've doubled this fund and made it permanent. I know the municipalities of Newmarket and Aurora rely heavily on this stable, predictable source of funding to help ease the burden for municipal infrastructure renewal on local taxpayers. And another one, Mr. Speaker, reforming the temporary foreign worker program to ensure that Canadians are given the first crack at available jobs. Economic Action Plan 2013 announced the need for remedial action in this program and is putting steps in place to crack down on the abuses of this program. And another one, Mr. Speaker, extending for 1 year the mineral exploration tax credit for flow-through share investors, and promoting adoption by enhancing the adoption expense tax credit to better recognize the costs of adopting a child. Adoption is a time-consuming and often costly process, and this new measure will be very meaningful to Canadian families who opt to take this path. We also want to introduce a new temporary first-time donors super credit for first-time claimants of the charitable donations tax credit. We are also expanding tax relief for home care services to better meet the health care needs of Canadians, and removing tariffs on imports of baby clothing and certain sports and athletic equipment. Mr. Speaker, residents in Newmarket and Aurora have confidence that our government is on the right track for them. Why? Because for the past 7 years, we have delivered on our promises, created jobs, and grown the economy. Employment in York Region grew by 2.3% in 2012 from the year before. Aurora alone grew by 8.7%. I am particularly pleased to see Aurora's manufacturing and construction sector rebound with a 4% expansion last year alone. Statistics Canada recently released their latest economic update. The Canadian economy grew an outstanding 2.5% in the first quarter of 2013. This is the strongest quarterly growth Canada has seen in nearly 2 years. And today, Mr. Speaker, we learned that 95,500 net new jobs were created in May, the overwhelming majority full-time and private sector employment. We also learned that youth employment increased by 54,400 jobs, the biggest monthly job gain for young Canadians in nearly 3 decades. In addition to the timely and targeted measures we have enacted and will enact, we are on track to balance the budget, increasing federal transfer support to record highs and keeping federal taxes at their lowest level in 50 years. I would like to elaborate on our support for municipalities. Many community leaders in Newmarket Aurora have been calling on the upper levels of government to provide predictable funding for infrastructure. The Newmarket Chamber of Commerce, Aurora Chamber of Commerce, and town councils for Newmarket and Aurora are among them. And I'm very pleased to tell them that our government has listened and acted. Economic Action Plan 2013 includes the highest infrastructure commitment in the history of Canada through the historic Building Canada Plan, worth an enormous $70 billion in federal dollars for Canadian infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I know that you've given me the sign that my time is almost up, and I have much more that I would love to tell the good people of Newmarket Aurora from this chamber. But what I can tell them is that our government is focused on creating jobs, growth, long-term prosperity for people across this country. We have reduced taxes over 150 times since we took government. That has put more than 3,000 extra dollars in the pockets of the people who are the families of our communities, and those are the ones who are out there working every day and trying to put food on the table for their kids and give them opportunities. We want to continue that and make sure that that Canadians from coast to coast to coast have the opportunity to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Since it is 1:15, in accordance with the order adopted on June 1st of this year, it is my duty to put forthwith to a vote for third reading the bill, which is now before the House.
Move that Bill C-60, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 21st, 2013, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass. Ms. Nash, seconded by Mrs. Grogure, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The House declined to give third reading to Bill C-60, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 21st, 2013, and other measures because it, A, weakens Canadians' confidence in the work of Parliament, decreases transparency and erodes democratic process by amending I'll start over again on paragraph A. Weakens Canadians' confidence in the work of Parliament, decreases transparency and erodes democratic process by amending 49 different pieces of legislation, many of which are not related to budgetary measures. B.
Raises taxes on Canadians by introducing tax hikes on credit unions and small businesses. C. Gives the Treasury Board sweeping powers to interfere in collective bargaining and impose employment conditions on non-union employees. D. Amends the Investment Canada Act to triple review thresholds and dramatically reduces the number of foreign takeovers subject to review. E. Proposes an inadequate Band-Aid fix for the flawed approach to labour market opinions in the temporary foreign worker program.
To increase fees for visitor visas for friends and family coming to visit Canada, and G, fails to provide substantive measures to create good Canadian jobs and stimulate meaningful long-term growth and recovery. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Point of order.
Question, Mr. Speaker. I have been around this place a long time, but I'm not clear on the fact that I would have thought the mover of the amendment requires to be here in the House at this time.
She doesn't care.
But I await your advice on that.
It is not necessary for the mover to be in the House at this time of the motion. Another point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure of the procedure here too, but do members not have to be in their own seat in order to have their vote cast, even on a voice vote? Because I know.
No, they do not have to be in their seats at this stage. This is not a vote. Let's try again. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. It's close, but I think the nays have it. Pursuant to standing order made on Wednesday, May 22, 2013, the division stands deferred until Monday, June 10, 2013, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-61, Offshore Health and Safety Act.
Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-61, an act to amend the Canada-Newfoundland Atlantic Accord Implementation Act, the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The hard work of our government, and especially the Minister of Finance, for the work that has led to the creation of over 1 million net new jobs for Canadians. This is a great achievement and demonstrates that our economic action plan is working. Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui.
We are here today to talk about the new legislative provisions seeking to amend the Canada-Newfoundland Atlantic Accord Implementation Act, and with regard to health and safety in the area of offshore in Canada. Although we are talking more about these legislative provisions, I would just like to lay the groundwork by underscoring the vital importance of the natural resources industry, the offshore resources industry, for Atlantic Canada and for the economy of our country.
The offshore oil and gas industries have made an enormous economic contribution to Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia. Indeed, it is not an exaggeration to say that these industries have transformed the economy of Eastern Canada. Not long ago, the province of Newfoundland and Labrador was receiving the highest per capita equalization payments in the country. Today, it is among our strongest provincial economies and now contributes to the equalization program. Newfoundland and Labrador's GDP has performed at or above the national average in 9 of the past 13 years. A large part of that success comes from offshore oil and gas, which accounted for 33% of Newfoundland and Labrador's GDP in 2011. Resource revenues, again, primarily from the offshore, have allowed the province to steadily pay down its debt. Total provincial debt was almost $7.7 billion in 2012, down from a high of $12 billion just 8 years ago. Simply put, offshore energy development has given Newfoundland and Labrador more jobs, lower taxes, and new investments in services and infrastructure that play such an important role in building stronger communities. And these benefits will continue to grow. As you know, Hibernia was the largest project of any kind ever undertaken in Newfoundland and Labrador. As valuable as Hibernia has been, the Hebron project may be even bigger. Hebron represents a capital investment of as much as $14 billion. It could deliver $20 billion in taxes and royalties to the province over the 30-year life of the project. Just a few months ago, the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board announced its latest calls for bids for exploration licenses offshore Newfoundland and Labrador, netting $117 million in work commitments by major players in the oil industry. Nova Scotia's offshore area also offers enormous potential. The Play Fairway analysis, undertaken by the Government of Nova Scotia, estimates that the offshore area may contain 8 billion barrels of oil and 3.3 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. The Atlantic offshore is a major gas producer with 3 gas fields serving Atlantic Canada and the U.S. Northeast. In the past 2 years, the Nova Scotia offshore area has seen the largest bids ever for offshore parcels in Atlantic Canada, with more than a total of $2 billion bid for 12 parcels of land. Shell Canada and BP Exploration clearly see the potential that exists in the Nova Scotia offshore. Meanwhile, there is an estimated 120 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, and production continues to grow. Sable Island's 270 million cubic feet a day will soon be joined by 200 million cubic feet a day from Deep Panuke. Il est essentiel que le Canada.
It is vital that Canada continue to ensure for offshore industries that they can exercise their activities in a safe way and by respecting the highest environmental standards. Canadians expect a regulatory body that is of world class, and our government is taking the measures required to continue giving it satisfaction in that regard. That is why we are adopting new legislative provisions to clarify the provincial and federal responsibilities that govern health and occupational health and safety in the offshore areas. Mr. Speaker, these accords are the cornerstone of offshore and gas industries. It gives boards the legal authorization to regulate oil and gas activities in the provinces. Workers in the offshore areas in Canada must each day cope with a difficult working environment and the harsh weather conditions of Atlantic Canada and their remote location are just two of the problems that come to mind. The safety of the brave men and women who work in this environment must and always will be our primary concern.
Need to be mirrored by provincial legislation in order for the amendments to come into force. Our government has been working closely with the governments of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia to achieve this. Both provinces introduced their legislation in May, and both have been given royal assent to their respective bills. At this time, they must wait for the legislation to pass our federal parliament for the new regime to come to fruition. The proposed amendments will address gaps in the current legislation. they will vest authority for offshore occupational health and safety in the Accord Acts. There are two safety regimes that apply to workers in the offshore. Occupational health and safety pertains to the workers in the sense of the hazards they may face, their protective equipment, and the safeguards on the equipment they use in their functions. It also pertains to three essential worker rights: the right to refuse dangerous work, the right to information, and the right to participate in taking decisions on workplace health and safety. Under the current regime, occupational health and safety is the jurisdiction of the provinces. Operational safety pertains to the workplace systems, facilities, and equipment, as well as the risk management and integrity of those systems, facilities, and equipment. Examples of this are the prevention of gas blowout, ability of a facility to withstand storms, and fire suppression systems. This was included in the Accord Acts and provided that the offshore petroleum boards be responsible on behalf of both levels of government. Following a tragic accident where a worker was killed due to an improperly installed door, the overlap of occupational health and safety and operational safety created a gray area. It was not clear whether the door's installation fell under operational safety or occupational safety. The lack of clarity prevented any partner from being liable, as it was unclear under whose jurisdiction the incident should be regulated. The provinces and federal government agreed that the best course of action was to eliminate the gray area and incorporate the power for occupational health and safety directly in the Accord Acts. For the section on occupational health and safety, which typically would fall under the purview of the Minister of Labour, the legislation specifies that the Minister of Natural Resources may receive advice from the Minister of Labour, and any regulations related to occupational health and safety must be made on the recommendation of both ministers. In addition to fixing this historic issue, the legislation establishes a hierarchy of responsibility. It makes operators.
Order. The time for the debate has expired. The minister will have 10 minutes time this debate resumes. Comme il est 13h30,
Since it now being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the study of private members' business according to the order indicated on the order of today. Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-480, an act to amend the Old Age Act Security Act, funeral arrangements.
Debate. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If adopted, this bill would allow guaranteed income supplement recipients to withdraw up to $2,500 from a registered retirement savings plan in order to pay for funeral arrangements in advance without having their GIS reduced. Let me start by saying that while it is clear the proposed legislation has some serious shortcomings, I can understand the good intentions behind the member for moving this legislation. All members on both sides of the House want to ensure Canadian seniors obtain financial security. However, there are several reasons why we can't support this bill. First, it would leave the majority of seniors who don't have RRIFs or RRSPs out in the cold. Secondly, it would generate additional costs to Canadian taxpayers. Third, and more importantly, there are better ways for low-income seniors to pre-arrange their funeral expenses. While the honourable member is commended for wanting to help these seniors, we cannot agree with the methods he proposes. We therefore cannot vote in favour of this bill. Mr. Speaker, the OAS program is one of the cornerstones of Canada's retirement income system. It provides seniors with a minimum income so they can maintain a decent standard of living, and it helps reduce the incidence of poverty among the retired. The program provides over $38 billion annually in benefits to 5 million seniors. This includes $8.6 billion in GIS benefits to 1.7 million low-income pensioners. Based on 2009 data from the Office of the Chief Actuary, it's estimated that only 10% of all GIS recipients have RRSP or RRIF income in any given year. This means that a very limited number of seniors could benefit from this bill. And it wouldn't be fair to other low-income seniors, Mr. Speaker, 90% of whom don't have RRIF or RRSPs. These seniors would get no assistance whatsoever under this bill. From a strictly cost perspective, the Office of the Chief Actuary estimates that the bill would increase the program cost by up to $81 million in the first year. In other words, it would cost up to $81 million for a measure that would benefit only 1 out of every 10 low-income seniors who decided to prepay their funeral in this fashion. Mr. Speaker, there are other ways of paying for funerals, and they don't cost as much. For example, the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan already provide a one-time death benefit of up to $2,500 to or on behalf of the estate of the deceased contributor. In 2011-2012, 54% of all GIS beneficiaries who passed away had a CPP death benefit paid to their estate, and the average benefit received was $2,150, Mr. Speaker. Also, some provinces and territories already offer grants and subsidies to low-income seniors to help them make funeral arrangements. For example, the province of British Columbia offers assistance of up to $3,000 to those who have little or no assets. Similar benefits are also available in Alberta, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island, and for First Nations peoples living on reserve. As well, some municipalities, including Toronto, offer similar assistance to cover funeral expenses. This bill would duplicate public assistance with respect to the same funeral expenses. Mr. Speaker, here's the bottom line. If you are concerned about funeral expenses, you are much better off leaving your money in your RRIF or RRSP. This way, the money can accumulate on a tax-deferred basis, and you can arrange to have your estate pay the funeral expenses out of any remaining RRSP or RRIF savings upon your death. Or as an alternative, since withdrawals from tax-free savings accounts are not included as income for the purpose of determining GIS entitlements, GIS recipients may prepay their funeral and other expenses out of TFSA savings with no impact whatsoever on their GIS benefits. Let me explain. The Old Age Security Act uses income as defined under the Income Tax Act to calculate GIS benefit entitlements. This includes any money that a pensioner receives other than the basic OAS pension from the Canada Pension Plan, Quebec Pension Plan, employer-sponsored pensions, employment insurance benefits, RRSP withdrawals, interest, dividends, capital gains, employment income, annuity payments, and RRIF withdrawals. Therefore, withdrawals from RRSPs and RRIFs are considered as income for the purposes of GIS. As long as savings held in RRSPs and RRIFs are not withdrawn, the beneficiary pays no taxes. But as soon as the monies are withdrawn, the funds are considered as income for the purposes of calculating the GIS. There are exemptions under the Old Age Security Act, but they generally relate to earnings and receipt of provincial, territorial, and social assistance. And the GIS earnings exemption, which allows exemption of up to $3,500 of annual employment income, allows low-income seniors who choose to work to keep more of their GIS benefits. The Old Age Security Act, however, does not provide expense-related exemptions. Bill C-480 would therefore introduce a new type of exemption in the Old Age Security Act by allowing for an expense-related exemption. Mr. Speaker, the proposal to exempt RRSP and RRIF withdrawals when used for funeral arrangements would open the door to calls for similar exemptions for GIS purposes on other compassionate grounds, such as accidents, illness, medical expenses, and other reasons. And as we mentioned earlier, the bill would raise equity issues, as it would only benefit those seniors who use RRSP or RRIFs to cover their funeral expenses, and do nothing for those seniors who have no savings or use different savings vehicles. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but the bill could possibly create pressure to exempt a portion of RRSP or RRIF withdrawals as income for the purpose of determining other income-tested benefits and credits, such as the Canada Child Tax Benefit and the Goods and Services Tax Credit. In addition, without RRSP or RRIF income, could argue that a basic exemption for all sources of income for all income-tested benefits and all credits should be introduced. Such exemptions would increase program and tax expenditure costs associated with income-tested benefits and credits. Since we have formed government, we've taken 380,000 seniors off the tax rolls entirely, Mr. Speaker. We've increased the GIS benefits by the largest single top-up in 25 years, an increase in benefits that will help more than 700,000 low-income seniors. Again, I can appreciate the good intentions of the member in moving this legislation. I'm sure we all can. However, the cost and the inequity of the legislation is not something I can support. Our government has acted to help the poorest of our seniors. Poverty amongst our seniors is at an all-time low, and thanks to the investments in government, our government has made. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage all members in the House to vote against this legislation. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Today in debate, Bill C-40, and voice my concerns or my support, depending on at which point I'll be discussing the bill. But in the end, I'll be supporting Bill C-50, so it can be examined in detail and costed at committee. And when I say costed, I mean looking at both the economic value and benefit, and do a whole analysis that is sometimes not done in this place, based on the estimates that we sometimes get from the Minister of Finance, with or the Department of Finance being just one number with no backup and no calculations. So we'll probably be looking to the parliamentary officer for backup to this bill once again, and having to rely on his calculations and his detailed analysis. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm hoping that that's available, and perhaps the sponsored bill will be able to comment on his final comments. As this government continues to implement its plans to slash seniors' income support benefits, such as the old age security, I am especially keen to discuss measures like this, as we need to find ways to help low-income seniors rather than hurt them. The only caveat I offer is that we must make sure we are getting the greatest benefit for any public investment we may make. If Bill C-480 is passed at second reading and sent to the House of Commons Committee on Human Resources, which I believe is the committee that it's going to be sent to, that the economic cost of not passing this bill also be looked at, considered, and thoroughly reviewed, because there is a cost by not being able to adopt bills like this. I understand that many of my colleagues on the other side of the House like the idea of finding ways to reduce what we provide to baby boomers and seniors, and that it's their position and approach, but this is not the one that I share myself. Liberals know that seniors deserve better. I would argue that the true value of a society can be gauged by the manner in which it treats the most vulnerable of its people. This adage is perhaps most appropriate in the context of how we collectively show compassion and care for our elderly parents, grandparents, friends, neighbors who require simple accommodations to live in a dignified and financially independent manner. Having our elderly population live in poverty is just simply not acceptable in any country, and especially not a country as wealthy as Canada. No one should have to decide between food and rent and other basic necessities. The
Liberal Party is well known as a leader in the defense of the rights of seniors, especially seniors who live below the poverty line. With this bill, they would be provided with another tool, especially when they are struggling to make ends meet, further to the reckless cuts put in place by the Conservatives to income support.
Liberal administrations of the past clearly understood and acted upon this belief. Whether we're referencing to the Old Age Pensions Act delivered by the former Liberal Mackenzie government, the Old Age Security Act delivered by the former Liberal Louis Saint Laurent government, or the Canada Pension Plan and Guaranteed Income Supplement, both delivered by the previous Liberal Lester B. Pearson government. The Liberal Party of Canada has a collective legacy of valuing the long-term pension security of Canadians, a belief upheld in both word and deed. And it is within this context that both the Liberal critic for seniors and pensions, the member for York West, and the Liberal finance critic, the member for Kings Hands, support the underpinnings of Bill C-40, and we will vote accordingly at second reading. So, Mr. Speaker, as always, Liberals seek to balance compassion and social justice with a strong sense of fiscal responsibility. Of course, as we have already heard, Bill C-40 amends Section 10 of the Old Age Security Act to permit pensioners to withdraw an amount not exceeding $2,500 from an RSP or RIF for the purpose of paying for advanced funeral planning without that amount being considered income for the purpose of the guaranteed income supplement. This sounds like a case of allowing seniors to use their own savings for an important life expense without penalizing them. I support this, but there are obviously outstanding legislative as well as economic and monetary questions that need to be addressed, and therefore, once again, the need to send this bill to committee for further study and hopefully improvement, and so the considerations will be looked at during the committee process. For example, there were some of the considerations that the committee could look at were highlighted on March 25th when the Speaker expressed concern as to the spending provisions contained in Bill C-40. Specifically, the Speaker encouraged members who would like to make arguments regarding the need for royal recommendation to accompany the bills to do so at the earliest opportunity. Likewise, on April 18th, the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a letter which stated it is possible that Bill C-40 may have material impact on Canada's fiscal framework if passed in its current form. And this is why, again, we state that we're looking for some amendments. I'm not suggesting that this is definitely the case, but what I am saying are that there are outstanding questions that remain, and this is why at this point of the legislative process of Bill C-40, our support is only for second reading, and we will see what the reactions are from stakeholders, see if the government is open to amendments, and seeing if the committee members can actually improve this bill. The sponsor of this bill has touched on an important issue that Liberals have long supported, and in fact, at the 2012 Liberal Biannual Convention, the Liberal membership expressly supported the idea of using the Income Tax Act and other legislative measures to help bolster the income security of low-income seniors. Assuming that Bill C-40 is respectful of the basic concept of fiscal responsibility, members should be anxious to explore it once again at committee and going forward. The Liberal Party Canada has a long and proud history of enacting, preserving, and strengthening Canadian social structure, such as pensions and retirement income options. The Liberal Party, its general membership, the Parliamentary Caucus, and its various leaders, both past and present, have underscored an unreserved belief that protecting and helping seniors to live with independence and dignity are necessities that deserve attention and protection in the years ahead. Bill C-40 is potentially part of that process. It's not the total solution, and we are pleased to lend our support. And I wish that the Conservative government would start to act in a similar manner and look at supporting this to send it to committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming the honorable deputy.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the bill standing in the name of the member for Laval-les-Îles. As you undoubtedly know, the sponsor of this bill comes from a riding that borders on mine, and we often attend activities together, and I can tell you that he's very present in the community. I want to thank him for his commitment and his hard work on fighting the injustices that exist. Essentially, the bill that's introduced by my colleague aims to amend the OAS Act to ensure that seniors who receive the Guaranteed Income Supplement can withdraw $2,500 from their RRSP to purchase pre-funeral arrangements without that amount affecting their GIS benefits. When a loved one dies, family members often have to deal with funeral costs, and for low-income families, that represents a huge financial burden. This bill is important for the dignity of our seniors because it enables them to have peace of mind by not leaving funeral expenses to their families. My colleague's bill is an incentive for our seniors in order to encourage them to purchase pre-arrangements for funerals to protect against these issues. The Conservative government has indicated that it will not grant royal recommendation to this bill because of the costs, and that is ridiculous. According to the calculations from the Library of Parliament, this bill would only cost $132,000 annually, $132,000 is very little when we consider that it would provide assistance to over 300,000 seniors in Canada. When you think about it, $132,000, it's just about what Senator Mike Duffy earns. And it's much more useful. I think that public funds would be better invested if we were to fund pre-arrangements for funerals, so without a penalty, instead of funding the archaic, undemocratic Senate. The Conservative favoritism machine is in high gear, but the Conservatives are calling on seniors who are living in poverty to just simply pay the bills. Poverty is present in many types of households, but it hits people over 65 who live alone particularly hard. For these seniors, their pension benefits represent 77% of their income. Among seniors, poverty affects women more so than men. And this situation, Mr. Speaker, can be explained namely by the fact that many women remained in the home in the past to look after their families. Even if many of them subsequently went to work, their professional activities were necessarily a lot shorter in duration, so they didn't have a time to sufficiently accumulate enough assets, in fact, for retirement. Seniors in Quebec are increasingly poor and more in debt, whereas the number of households with people over 65 with high debt levels has doubled in 17 years. According to a study produced by the IRIS and released in 2001, in Quebec, the number of seniors, low-income seniors, tripled between 1996 and 2008. This segment of the population has grown from 4.6% to 12.3% of the population. In the Laurentide region, the health agency estimates that 7% of seniors 65 and older are living below the poverty line. That represents 4,000 people. And the Conservative government is simply making matters worse. According to an inter-university research study reporting increasing eligibility for GIS and OAS from 65 to 67, the Conservative government will cause an increase in the number of low-income people. It will go from 6 to 17%. By changing the age of eligibility for OAS, the government will offload even more people onto the responsibility of the provinces, including Quebec. They will have to turn to welfare benefits. Once reforms have been completed, the Canadian government could achieve savings of $6.9 billion, whereas the provinces will face income losses of the order of $450 million per year and will have to increase spending on social assistance by $164 million by 2030. As the economics professor Jean-Yves Duclos, co-author of the report, stated, the main problem with this reform is that it disproportionately affects the poorest and hardly the wealthiest, since they usually don't receive OAS or GIS benefits. As you know, Mr. Speaker, fighting poverty, especially among our seniors, is at the heart of all action we take. In February 2011, my colleague for Pierre Fondolard introduced a motion in the House calling for the Prime Minister in a subsequent budget to take action on poverty among seniors, and the motion read as follows: that this House reject calls by the Prime Minister to balance the Conservative deficit on the backs of Canadian seniors by means such as raising the age of eligibility for old age security, and call on the government to make the reduction and eventual elimination of seniors' poverty a cornerstone of the next budget. Unfortunately, and it's hardly surprising, the motion was rejected by the Conservative government. It is clear that the government's priority is not to guarantee an adequate retirement for our seniors. contrary to the Conservatives, who increased the age of eligibility for OAS from 65 to 67, the NDP is proposing tangible measures to improve the financial security for our seniors. We understand the exasperation and disappointment of seniors when they look at the cost of living and the lack of support. We are fighting a tireless battle to protect retirement pension plans for people with disabilities, seniors, and for all Canadians so that they can live throughout their retirement years in dignity and security. To achieve these objectives, we have put forth a plan. We are proposing that the federal government enhance the CCP and the QPP programs by progressively doubling the amount of benefits, which would go from 25 to 50% of retirement income, thus allowing people to qualify for a pension. We're calling on the government to gradually increase the GIS as well. We're calling for investments in home care as part of the public health care system and measures to make safer and more affordable prescription drugs available. That too needs to be adopted. Finally, we're calling for investments in social housing and, of course, public transportation. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, my colleague's bill is part of a larger NDP platform, which is designed to help our seniors. As you know, Mr. Speaker, poverty, especially among seniors, is something I'm very concerned about. And I was very shocked to learn that because of the slow action of the previous Liberal government and the Conservatives, some 160,000 seniors who were eligible for GIS were not receiving any benefits. This problem has been something they've known about since 2001, but the government obstinately maintained the administrative bureaucracy surrounding it. For the country, they estimated that the government would save some $300 million at the expense of seniors and the poorest in this country. In March of 2012, I proposed amendments to the OAS Act which in fact, these changes call for the automatic registration of people for GIS. A few weeks after I tabled my bill, the government took some measures to proactively reach out to people who are entitled to those benefits. I would encourage all members to support this bill so that all people can retire and live in dignity during that time.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Louis-Hébert.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Laval-Les-Îles, for moving ahead with this bill. It addresses a problem that is a very important one to be dealt with for seniors. Clearly cutting GIS benefits or allowing people to remove a small amount from their RRSPs, but not authorizing seniors to do so is unacceptable. This bill is a very logical and reasonable one. The limit that could be withdrawn would be $2,500. And when people take money out of RRSPs, that becomes taxable. But after the taxes have been collected off that amount, it would enable a family to pay for cremation services. Not an entire funeral, but at least that. So that's why I would say that this is a very reasonable bill. What this bill seeks to do, Mr. Speaker, is to prevent the GIS benefits from being reduced the following year. And that's, Mr. Speaker, that's very important. Not only from a tax perspective or a fiscal perspective, but from the perspective of people who want to take these steps. What's important here is to take a look at what people want to do. For them, it's important not to leave their children or families linked to their lives. It's a matter of dignity, Mr. Speaker. They wanted to depart. They don't want to leave problems behind that need to be resolved by their children. That's simply what people want to do, nothing more. Can we help them achieve that? That simple wish, that very human gesture that they want to the human action they want to take? Because, Mr. Speaker, here we're talking about people who aren't earning a great deal, where for a single person receiving the GIS, they can't receive more than $16,500, and it's under $22,000 for a couple, so that's not a huge amount. We're talking about people who are living in poverty. What's more, when you think about it, a person would be removing $2,500 from the RSP. It becomes taxable. And then the GIS payments would be cut subsequently. Well, I'm not sure if you've taken a look at the tables. It's from HRSDC, I believe, that manages the program. When you look at how much would be cut per month based on the income, it can vary from between a range of $50 and $100 per month. So if you calculate all of that, someone who takes $2,500 out of an RSP, after taxes, they've got 25% of the amount to make some pre-funeral arrangements. It's closer to double taxation on that amount than anything else, Mr. Speaker. Even richest people in this country aren't subjected to that kind of double taxation. I'd like to say a few words now about the costs. The Library of Parliament has estimated the cost at $132,000 per year. This was based on the following premise. Once the bill is adopted, not everyone is going to rush out and make pre-funeral arrangements. No, it doesn't work that way. This amount was calculated looking at the percentage of people who would be taking this kind of action over 10 years. It's a modest amount, Mr. Speaker. Only 11% of retired Canadians that actually make pre-funeral arrangements, and 47% of them use their RRSPs to do so.
So that's about one person out of 20. Really, it's not all seniors. Of course, this is not a universal measure, and I have no problem with that if the government had listened to us, because we wanted to help lift all seniors out of poverty by improving GIS. I don't think this bill would ever have come forward. I think the issue would have been settled right then and there. The chief actuary, according to the government, would allegedly assess this program at $81 million, including administration costs. And in fact, or rather, in addition to administration costs, for a total of $100 million. But in light of what I've just said, with regard to the actual number of people who make funeral pre-arrangements, those who use their RSPs, and if you add a third element, which is the revenue of the people involved, I really don't think it's going to cost that much. It's as if the math was done suddenly, quickly, and I'm just curious as to how they reached that number of $81 million and $12 million in administration fees. It's as if they said, by the way, this small amount is not part of taxable income. $12 million not taxable? Think about it. Some people said that people would receive money twice from government. because GIS would not be taxed, and because the various public pension funds pay out benefits for funeral arrangements. But really, I think it's more like double taxation rather than twice receiving benefits from government. As well, it's been said that a new way of calculating GIS would be introduced, but that's false, because all the measure would do is that if money was taken out of RSP, it would not be taxed. That's the long and the short of it. It seems that they don't understand fiscal calculations. Money put into an RSP is money which will be taxed at a later date. But it seems that this is not being taken into account. And now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point something out to you. The group we're dealing with spends 60% of its income on food and housing, and these people and in fact, we are also asking them to make an additional sacrifice, which is to withdraw some money to pay for funeral arrangements. On the whole, it would be reasonable to support this bill at second reading. I think it is important that a parliamentary committee studies the real costs of the measure, and that at third reading we can debate the merit of this measure in a complete way. It would be worth for a committee to study this issue, call in the experts, that the measure receive the study it deserves in the interest of preserving the dignity of our seniors. So in conclusion, I would like to thank my colleague from Laval des Îles for having tried to look after the needs of the less fortunate amongst us. If it passed this motion, the House would show the most financially vulnerable in Canada that their government is there to help them. So, Mr. Speaker, I would invite everyone to support this measure at second reading. Thank you.
Please, the débat, the honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like the previous speaker, I want to sincerely thank the NDP member for Laval des Îles. I was the critic for seniors and pensions following the 2008 election. Jack Layton asked me to take on this file, and I traveled over the next 2.5 years to 57 town hall meetings across the country, listening to seniors, hearing stories about how difficult it was for them to get along in society. You know, they had contributed to this society, but in many, many ways they were excluded from the benefits of society. But before I go further, a previous speaker for the Liberals from Saint Leonard, Saint Michel was talking about what the Liberals had done for seniors. And I want to just add a little more. Yes, the Liberals did bring in OAS, and yes, they did bring in CPP. But OAS was proposed to them by J.S. Woodsworth of the CCF, following the fact that on the prairies in those days, many farmers and their families were actually starving. And again in the 60s, a minority situation in this Parliament, and Stanley Knowles, who was like the dean of this place par excellence, who brought forward the concept of the Canada Pension Plan. Now, in both instances, yes, we did work together to bring these forward, but I just thought it would be worthy of the record, you know, for people to hear that and be reminded of the participation and leadership shown by the CCF and NDP in this House when it comes to seniors. And the member from Laval des Îles who brought this forward is actually moving forward on things that we had in our 2011 platform. And I want to speak to one other statement that was made in this House by a Conservative speaker talking about how they increased the guaranteed income supplement. And yes, Mr. Speaker, they did do that, and we'll give them some credit for that. But in our proposals in the 2011 election, looking at seniors on OAS and GIS who have a combined income of approximately $1,400 a month, we proposed an increase of $200 a month just to bring some 300,000 of those folks to the poverty line. I've spoken many times in this place of the hardships that people face when they're on such a meager existence. So, yes, they brought in their $50 a month, but it was nowhere near what is needed to address the situation. Now, this bill, it's been stated by others in this place that it would be to the benefit of members to take this bill to committee to examine the pros and cons, if they can come up with them, if there's improvements we can make in this bill. That's the appropriate place to be doing this. But think about it just for a moment, Mr. Speaker, what the intent of this legislation is. I know in the people I've spoken to and listened to who are in their senior years, when a member of their family passes away and they're suddenly hit with $8,000 or $10,000 in costs, and for a number of reasons they've not set aside any monies earmarked specifically for that, but perhaps have put aside a little bit in an RRSP, to be able to have instead taken $2,500 out and put that towards that cost would have taken and blunted the edge, taken the edge off of the stress and all of the things that happened to them in that time of loss. You know, it really needs to be stressed that it's not intended to do anything to replace the benefit from CPP, which some people are able to get. But the other thing that's important to talk about, because some people who are on GIS have gotten part-time jobs before and earned a little bit of money, and then the following year after they honestly filed their taxes and brought it to the attention of the tax folks, their GIS has suddenly decreased the next year. Well, the provisions in this bill would ensure that that's not the case, that in fact your GIS wouldn't go down and you're not penalized. There is a reality, though. It does say that the $2,500 when put to use would have to have taxes paid on it, and that is only fair to other Canadians. But going back, you know, and considering the financial burden that's put on seniors at a time, and oftentimes it's when they've lost a lifelong mate, and to see that burden, this is just a small way that we can help these Canadians deal with those times of trials. Now, again, I spoke about the fact that in the 2011 election, it was my office and my staff that put together our platform on pensions and for seniors at the time. So I'm very pleased to see the member for Laval-Les Îles bringing forward a concrete measure to this House in line with our thinking of that time. You know, I can't say the same for the Conservatives who have, you know, they're increasing the eligibility for OAS from 65 to 67 and adding 2 years more burden on the worker who perhaps if he works in a mine someplace or a person who's been a waitress and on her feet all the time have to spend 2 more years. I've had people actually say to me, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether I can do it. I recall in my days at Bell Canada, there was a gentleman there who worked to about 68 years of age, and we were frightened every day because he would go out and climb poles, and he would strap spurs on his legs, and his legs were so spindly they hardly even fit him properly. So then that was his choice to work that long. But to step back and say, okay, you've reached 65, but you must work 2 more years, either a hazardous job or one that just applies the strain, like I say, the waitress who just doesn't know how they're going to do this. You know, I think one of the things that is crucially important for seniors, we know how seniors tend to worry a bit more about some things in life, whether or not the kids in the neighborhood are putting up too much graffiti, or there's a variety of things. These things look larger to seniors. If the noise level of the party next door is too much, things like that bother them. Well, you can imagine the feelings of loss of a family member and then the additional sorting out the financial side of it. If this in some small way helps in that, I think it's well worthwhile. And again, we're simply today talking about sending it to committee to study. I look forward to our people on that committee from the NDP working with the government side, that perhaps there is ways to improve this or enhance it or make it better for seniors. We'll be pleased to do that. Some of the speakers for the government side today sounded somewhat reluctant on this bill, and they proposed some reasons that they had concerns about it, and that's fair. But let's put it to committee so that it's studied properly, experts are brought in, we can look at this thing in a comprehensive fashion, and then whatever comes back to this House is as good a bill as we can possibly make it. I think that's the responsibility of all of us at committee. Sometimes we don't live up to that responsibility for a variety of reasons. How's my time, Mr. Speaker? 2 minutes? Well, we can manage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I want to stress again that in those 57 town hall meetings that I attended, we brought notes back. We brought them back to my office. We shared them with our colleagues. And we set our agenda for the last election. But also it carries forward even beyond that because the problems that were there have not been yet addressed. So this is for us a continuation of ensuring that Canadians understand, senior Canadians understand that they are a priority for the NDP. And they should be a priority for this entire House. And you know, there's all kinds of, or no, I shouldn't say all kinds, there's some programs over there like CPP or the Quebec Pension Plan that have similar credits to this. And again, I want to stress this is not intended to compete with them in any way. It's intended for a very simple, direct purpose. It's to assist seniors in a time of need, both financially, but to assist them emotionally. I've said it a number of times in my remarks today, Mr. Speaker, the importance of doing what we can to add peace to the life of seniors who have had a loss, and I want to thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles for his right of reply. 5 minutes, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After having analyzed the Conservative approach to my bill, something jumped out at me. First, the Conservative approach does not take into account that $3,500 are already deductible for any retired person receiving GIS. Further, the Conservative approach does not take into account either the fact that not all retirees actually have RSPs. And lastly, this approach supposes that any admissible retiree would purchase funeral arrangements during the first year. Mr. Chair, that's not at all the case with my bill. Even if I could give seniors an $81 million advantage, which is only 1% of the total budget of government, that would not be my approach. My approach would simply be to correct a flagrant injustice committed against the poorest in Canada. Let me explain. If tomorrow in Canada, all Canadians withdrew money from their RSPs to pay for funeral arrangements, only 9,000 of them would be penalized in 1914. You heard me right, Mr. Speaker. Out of 37 million Canadians, only 9,000 amongst the poorest would actually be penalized. And this comes from the Library of Parliament's official numbers. And in my view, this is an unacceptable injustice. These 9,000 people would fall under the bill, and this explains the figure of $132,400. So why were there two different approaches under the same bill? Well, it's simple. We were not given enough time to study my bill nor its purpose. So if the House is to properly understand the bill, it would have to be previously studied in committee. So I would ask all of you to at least give my bill a chance, to give it the chance of being studied and debated in committee, which is really the only body that now could make the necessary amendments to reconcile the two visions contained in the bill, and that way we could find a solution which would satisfy all sides. As I said from the start, I'm open to any amendment. I don't want to gain politically with this bill. I just want to make sure that we help Canadian seniors who need our help. Let's not forget, and I repeat, that the bill would only apply to a small number of Canadians, and unfortunately these Canadians are the most disadvantaged. These people help to build our beautiful country, our beautiful Canada as we know it today. These people deserve our respect, and certainly they deserve that we find a solution to this problem, which only affects the most disadvantaged. In fact, as I said earlier, no Canadian across the country is penalized in terms of income by withdrawing RSPs for funeral arrangements, except for these people who helped to build our country by the sweat on their brows. They worked very hard to set money aside in RSPs, and now they want to help their families. They want to better cope with a death in the family, and yet they would be penalized. So I would ask all MPs in this chamber to set partisanship aside and to support my bill so that together we can find a way to help our most disadvantaged seniors. They deserve a good retirement. In conclusion, I would like to thank all members who spoke to my bill. I greatly appreciated it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the House ready to vote? The question is as follows. Mr. Pilon, seconded by Mr. Blanchette, moves that Bill C-480 an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, funeral arrangements be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the status of persons with disabilities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? That those who support the motion, please say yea. That those who oppose the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the noes have it. Therefore, the bill is sent to the Standing Committee on Human Resources. That is, based on standing order adopted earlier in May, the vote is deferred until Wednesday at the end of oral questions, Wednesday of next week.
This House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24 sub 1.